Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, September the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Just waiting for Torty. Thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, you can hear me and see my screen. And by the way, William, I think you said the TGTX was an all-time high. Otherwise, you would have short. I don't have that as an all-time high, TGTX. I have it actually about 50%. So unless there's something I'm not seeing, I don't see that as an all-time high. But there is news, yeah. There is. I don't know. Yeah, there is some news on TGTX this morning. Showed patients switching from prior anti-CD20, etc. So there is some news for TGTX this morning. And welcome, Adam. You look like you're new. And Dave and Torty in our YouTube room. Thanks, guys. Somebody asked about PRTG. I could not find any news on PRTG. There must be something going on, obviously, for it to be popping up this amount, but I do not see any news in my news headlines in Interactive Brokers. So maybe somebody else can find that news. But yeah, massive move, big volume. This is out of the BVI, British Virgin Islands, 7.8 million. I mean, the news should just be again, we're in this. Well, we're never out of it, it seems now, but the low float mania, these stocks that are under a million or around a million in the float, every now and then, these things can just pop on no news at all. And pop it has 182%. Omex, William, you said you wish you'd held Omex overnight. You can see why. Yeah, this is up 64%. Yeah, very few earnings plays, but this is at least one that is somewhat well. General Mills, GIS, gapping down a bit, down 3% on earnings, GIS, and a big level for it to kind of maintain or go through would be 72. Okay, you can kind of see in my daily chart, I think that is the low, 72.07 actually, so it's at 72.25 right now. If it takes that out, it doesn't have that much room, really. When I look at this, I mean, the next low is about 71.50, so there's not a ton of room before it gets another resistance area. Now, it could get down to the 70 area, but anyway, there's very few earnings plays. NVVE, there you are, NVVE, is wrapped up. Big way, 50%, a lot of volume. 5 million, only 6 million in the float. Can't see any news on this one either. This one, the VEEA. This is the one that was a SPAC, started trading as VEEA yesterday. Got all the way up to 1086, closed down here at 5. And dropping from that close, 44% right now. VVOS, VVOS, VVOS secures FDA 510K clearance to treat moderate to severe pediatric sleep apnea and snoring. So that's the news for VVOS. They're probably a very low float. You asked about the news about APLT, and so they canceled their AdCom for lead drug. So basically, what that means is U.S. FDA decided not to hold an advisory committee meeting regarding the company's marketing application for its lead asset. So that is the reason for APLT moving higher. Not a low float, 95 million in the float. Lunar, LUNR, LUNR. Is there any news on this one? I do not see any news. It's been a super active stock, of course, but I don't see any specific news on it. Boy, it's above the high of this week, I think. It's at the high of this week. 836. Yeah, that's the high of this week. So it's right there now. Takes that out. If it can keep going, the next high on the weekly chart anyway is 1333. So there is room. I don't see any news today for it. I mean, it's been active, of course, the last month and a half or so. U.S. Steel X, here another one that has really risen. Where is it? Do I see it anywhere? I don't see it now. So shares up 3.8% after a report that there'll be a delay of the decision on the merger with Nippon to after the election. Was that today, John? Lunar getting a big contract? Was that today? Always looking for the news of today. I know it had news, last week, but so let me just check Lunar. I just can't see any news today on it. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. You're right. No, I even see it. Well, maybe just reposting it. Problem was it said Intuitive Machines. I keep looking just for the symbol. So that is Intuitive Machines, Lunar. So it was awarded a NASA near space contract with a maximum potential of 4.82 billion. Sounds good. Wonder what the actual potential is. Well, that's the potential. I wonder what the actual number will turn out to be. Benchmark, let's see, benchmark maintaining coverage with a price target of 10. That's pretty close to that. So children's place, guys, children's place. Maybe this is a day in which it might be finally moving down a bit after its tremendous move. Tremendous move after its earnings released about 6 days ago. And you can see there was the earnings day right there. And then one, two, three, 4 days in a row, yapping up on earnings. So it's only down, it's down 5% right now. Meanwhile, I guess nothing really exciting happening today in the market, I guess, right, guys? In terms of the economic calendar, and it's going to be a real quiet day out there. But what did we have so far? Oh, I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, William. So at 8:30, we did have housing starts and permits. So at 8:30, we had housing starts and permits. And what was the reaction? There's 8:30 right there. Yeah, so a little bit of a pop up since then. The next one is at 10 o'clock. We've got the Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectations. That's at 10 o'clock. So there could be some action there at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we've got Treasury buyback announcement. And then, oh yeah, 2 o'clock, finally. So it's been 4 years since we've had a rate reduction. And the last rate hike was a year ago, sorry. So, and we also have the presser at 2:30. So obviously, we're going to have a lot of fireworks right at 2 o'clock regarding will it be 25%, will it be 25 basis points, will it be 50 basis points, or will it be none? None would be pretty shocking. All right, guys, are looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. Yeah, I saw the BCTX. This is under a dollar, I believe. Yeah, under a dollar. VVPR. Let's take a look at VVPR. I think it did have some news. Maybe not. Or if it did, it's drifting down from that high 161. This is one that had a little bit of news, guys. VFC. I can't find it anymore. The only news is the price target. So VFC, yeah, it's up 4% now. VFC price target of 22 by Barclays raises VF to overweight, raises price target to 19 from, sorry, from to 22 from 19. And now, I said yesterday, it wouldn't surprise me. Remember, the GLMD was the crazy one from yesterday. So it's basically down now 31% from the close. Okay, but remember, it's got up to $23, so it's down to 10. Their high flyer from yesterday and other days, WHLR, TNON, just looking at all JBDI, SNOA from yesterday, SNOA. A lot of these have just given it up. ETS, ETSS, another one from yesterday, ALLR. And what is the common thread? Usually they're just low floaters with either kind of sketchy news or no news at all that cause them to pop. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. The market was basically flat yesterday. SPY was up just a little. Dow was down a little. Nas was up a little. So I don't expect. I'm just more. I'm interested to see where XLE is now. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. So 55% in red. That means that 55% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Look at COP, no volume. Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's any sort of an outlier. Outlier meaning some stock that is maybe moving counter to its sector, trend of its sector, in a big way, and I just don't see any. So for instance, if I don't know, let's say a sector that's doing quite well, technology, 84% of them are up from yesterday's close. But if I saw something in red, I would say down 4 or 5%, moving counter to the sector, that would be of interest with volume, of course. So I see the COP, but there's no volume. And it's, basically 50-50, so it's not really running counter to the sector at all. And retail, take a look at retail. Well, first I want to see XLE. It's the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average. You can see that it's inching its way up towards it. You're familiar with this, that green line there. On my daily chart is the 200-day moving average. So you can see that XLE is the only major sector that's underneath it. Okay, guys, so let's see. Anything sneaking in? Again, did anybody find any news on PRTG other than the fact that it's a low float? What I'm going to do is to just check another site just to check to see what they have for the float. Interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, it's PRTG. I'll put in the right ticker. Yeah, it's about the same. I mean, we've got 600,000. The other site has 1,000,000. So, I mean, it's very, very low. But I cannot see any news in this PRTG. So, if anybody's got any insight as to why it's up, other than the fact that it's a low float, thanks, William. Okay. So, yeah, there's really no news on it. Just a momentum mover. And I just, somewhere in this world of ours, some group has got a hold of this, looking at that float, saying, how about today we pump this low floater? Oh, I see this XCH actually had a decent day yesterday. This was an IPO from last week. Oh, I'll stick an alert at the high. Well, let's see. I'm looking to see if there's anything else kind of sneaking in here. ISBC, this has been a very active one. ISBC, let's take a look at what it's. Yeah, you can see it's at a few days ago. This was a 330 or around 338 low. 2 days ago, 579 now. Yeah, it's still, I guess I should mention this one, ISBC. Yeah, ISBC. The sign's looking left. Looks like it could be coming into some resistance, but next high looking left is $6, around $6 for ISBC. Trying to find the float on this one. Yeah, I mean, another one that's, very, very low. Yeah, thank you, Wild Station. Yeah, we saw that regarding the lunar. Thank you in our YouTube room. Is it possible to put my trade wave? Oh, why is that? Why is that got? Sorry, why has that got anything to do with the RTG? Wild Station in our YouTube room is suggesting that it has a link with lunar. Is that what you mean? Okay, is it possible to put my trade wave on my chart window and put it in black? Trade wave on your chart window and put it in the black. Not sure I know what you mean, Jason. To have trade wave. I mean, I've got trade wave right here. Okay, and as far as so, I'm not sure what you mean by putting it in black. You mean have a black chart? I mean, you can control the color of your chart, of course, but are you, is the real question? How do I get trade wave on my chart? Okay, well, a black chart, you just have to go to properties or go to chart style, select chart style. So on any chart, okay, any chart, just select chart style, and you can go to your color, and you can just pick how you want it to be. Okay, you can fiddle around with the background color or gradient color. You can just play around with all this to get it the color scheme that you want. Okay. So again, just right click on your chart and click on select chart style and then click on the color grid and here you go. Well, how to get trade wave on it, you have to be using, you have to be using uh, the browser interface for the chart. Okay. You have to be on our latest beta. Okay. Be on our latest beta, which is 0.95. If you click on help and about, times it now, I got to get the date. Help and about, click on help and about, and check to see what version you're on. You have to be on version 5.6.95, number one. Okay. So again, click on help and about. If you're not, then download the latest beta from our website. I can show you how to do that. But if you're on 0.95, next step is on your chart. You must select use browser interface. Okay. And then when you do that, an option called FX should appear in that line. You can see what I'm pointing to. Should appear and click on FX and then click on Trade Wave. Okay. Let me know if that worked for you. There's a way to show the 9:30 opening print in a column. Hmm. Probably. It's probably just give me a moment. Custom formula, which I will not be able to do for you right now. Have you ever created a custom formula before, JJ? Because I think we have that data point. Give me a moment as I am just going to find. Yeah, so expected open, today's open. That. So if you know how to create a custom formula, you just this is the formula to use. Expected open, you create it, and then you just put it as a column. Okay, because that's today's open. Expected open. Okay, I can't help you right now. I'll be a little too busy. But if you know how to create a custom formula, that's the formula. Expected underscore open. Okay. Have you done it? Okay. How to update your system? In other words, is there okay, to update your system, in other words, to download the latest beta? Okay. So go to my homepage. I'll just put the link in, okay? Give me a moment. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, at the very top, you're going to see download. Okay, click on download, and then right there, download the beta, right there. Okay, download the beta. That's what you need. So as far as a video, somebody asked in our YouTube room, is there a video on how to use trade waves? This I can do for you right now. Okay, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, okay, new and then dock channel bar. Oh, good, it's appearing here. Click on the Ripster channel, Ripster Rippers. Okay, when you do that, when you do that, there will be a video that immediately starts. Now, this is the basis behind it all. Okay, and getting the buy and sell flags. Okay, so that's a video that you can take a look at. All right, nip top. So if went too fast, just click on new from the toolbar. Click on doc. Okay, you got it. Good. Ooh, I forgot to put in the actives. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I've got to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market is open, up and running. So give me a moment as I do that. And let me get this layout up and running. Okay, guys, and I'm really going to pay attention to the large cap gainers from the start of the race. That's the one that I'm really trying to pay a lot more attention to going forward in my trading career. I mean, it's a lot of fun to try to trade these low floaters that go crazy, but I'm just finding that we're still getting lots of good action on the large cap gainers, with decent gains. So that is what I'm going to concentrate on. Of course, I'm sharing all of that. One moment. Yeah, I remember churn from yesterday. I was waiting for a break, I think, of this 10 level. Yeah, no volume yet. Well, 13,000. All right, guys. So again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I may make an exception if the large cap gainers and the market, continues to do something like this. I don't want to say a giant bar moving down. So I may make an exception in the large cap gainers. And again, if you're new to all this, but you do have trade ideas, if you go to my homepage, you can see all the scans that I'm currently sharing, including that one that I just flashed on the screen that you can't see. If you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the middle section, here are the scans that I'm sharing. So the race that you can see is right here, and then the large cap gainers, there it is. There's the link for it. I have other scans, of course, that I'm sharing, but just wanted to show you that one. All right, guys. Well, there you go, William. Thank you. Less than a minute to the market to open while the 9:30 session starting. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And remember, FOMC at 2 o'clock. We do have something at 10 o'clock also. Okay, that could affect the market a little bit. And what was that again? I refresh my memory. Yeah, so at 10 o'clock, the Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectations at 10 o'clock. That can maybe affect the market a little bit. All right, we're now open for business, guys. So, wow, interesting. No data yet. There's no stocks meeting any of the filter requirements in the large cap gainers. None, not yet. That is interesting. So here's the market now. Well, putting in a bit of a sizable bar to start on the way down. Market is basically flat right now. Wow. Well, this is very, very interesting. Nothing in this large, yeah, no data, meaning there's no stocks meeting the filter requirements. Ah, finally, there's a VFC just showed up. VFC just showed up. However, what did I say? I said I might take one of these early ones as long as the market didn't do something like this. So I wanted to see the market at least be flat or maybe moving a little higher. I don't want to see this. I'm trying to go long right off the bat. So I will hold off. There's another one that's showing up. WSC. And we have our first halt of the day. Okay, so this one is going down. Okay, VEEA moving down on the halt. All right, now here's the PRTG guys. Again, I can't find any news on this one. None, zero. PRTG. The high in the pre-market, yeah, pre-market was 1377. This is a little bit like the JLND yesterday. Low, low float. Look at this opening bar. Well, William, there's your OMEX. There's your halt for OMEX. I'm going to call it your OMEX. So yesterday's high, really? Did this really get up to $5 and then drop down to 42 cents? No, it started. Yeah, I mean, this got up to $5 and then pulled all the way back. Wow. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right. Well, the market's putting in a pretty big bar to start on the way down. Okay. It's on a 5 minute chart. So I'm definitely holding off. So I will be looking then, I guess, at these low floaters and the action happening in the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This has got nothing to do with market cap and all. So look at APLT, guys. APLT on the move as FDA cancels its panel meeting. That's the reason why this one, wow, it really popped up 64% now. All right. Well, let's take a look at this one, guys. NVVE. This is a halt now. And let's take a look at where it could open. So again, this blue screen you see here, this has got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, the broker that I use to trade. So time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Here's your halt price at 6.99. I was just going to mention ISBC. I was watching it, my other monitor just got halted. ISBC just got halted. So there is the halt for NVVE. Can't see the stock symbol, but it is NVVE halted at 6.99. This column is supposed to give you a bit of a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. No big clue, $7. Sometimes you'll see, especially on the first halt, you'll see, if a stock was halted at 6.99, you might see this column at say 7.20, 7.30. But ISPC got halted on the way up. And so look at this one. So there's the halt, 631, potential open in the 640 level area. Of course, there's nothing written in stone. You notice how this number will change. Typically, these, if you're new to all this, typically they are 5-minute halts when it is what's called a volatility halt. Okay. Look at the OMEX. I'm sorry, the VEEA. That was halted at 9:31 plus 54 seconds, opened exactly 5 minutes later. Okay. Well, here's the PRTG, guys. The PRTG, this is the one that's, got up to what? Wow. I didn't even realize that. This got up to $21 in the pre-market. So this is sort of like the GLMD from yesterday. Okay. No, this actually popped back. So it got halted. What was the halt price? 7.30. And it actually did. I mean, when it opened, it got right down here around 7. Now it's popping right back up and it's halted again. So VEEA is halted again. Boy, definitely very, very quiet on the large cap gainers. I also have the large cap losers up and running. Very, very quiet. Hardly any in each one of them. Yeah, Omax. I mean, I don't know. I sort of remember this one from yesterday, but Man, oh man, I mean, $5 and then it closed down here at 53 cents. And now it's halted. It's halted on the way up. OMEX is halted on the way up. Okay, so VFC now, it's pulled back. Let's see if it's pulling back. It's below the VWAP. Wondering if it might hold, if the VWAP may hold it. 1947 is the VWAP, but it's a little bit below it. I'm going to stick an alert up in that area. See if it takes out the VWAP again for VFC, and maybe that'll get it running. And the market's trying to put in a bit of a pop now. So neon, yeah, neon. This is all-time high? No. So it must have done some reverse splits, 11 million in the float out of Sweden. I wouldn't guess that one. So Sweden, Swedish stocks, neon, Neon. Well, guys, Summit is starting to weaken here. You know, we've had a massive move on that news on this day. It went from $12 all the way up to 33, 34. And now it's starting to, well, sink a bit. The low of yesterday is right at that low of yesterday now. If it takes that out, the next low is 24 approximately. And I see that PRTG, okay, this got halted on the way down. So this could be it for it. There goes Siri a little bit, guys. 20, this is actually on, okay, now there's VFC. Okay, let's see now. So the VWAP is at 1943, so it's right at the VWAP level, okay? VFC, so let's see if it continues from here. Let's see if it can hold the VWAP, okay? Key level 1943, gets through it and starts to move. Right at the VWAP. 1943 is the VWAP, it's right there. See if it starts to move from here, guys. Holding the VWAP, holding the VWAP. Holding the VWAP nicely now, guys. VFC, keep an eye on the market. Keep an eye on the market. Make sure we don't get a giant bar down. Wow. So far, a really nice one from our AI guys. 733 on the alert, $8 now. Okay. 733 on the alert from our AI and $8 now. Cruisers are cruising higher. Okay. Let's see. On the move a little bit, guys. A little bit. And there's the ISBC coming out of its halt. And what did it get halted at? Got halted at 631 and resumed there. VFC guys. Okay. I mean, I don't know where it's going. I mean, it's and I'd be, I think it's looks like a little market dependent right now, a little bit. Whoa, and neon. Oh, neon got halted on the way down. No, that's too bad. Neon got halted on the way down. Yeah. I'm assuming when you say let's go, you've got shorts available. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Look at these cruisers go, guys. I mean, I had a sort of a disdain for the cruisers, but no question, they're definitely moving well now. And so there's NCLH. These are two, and CCL. There are two that are showing up in the large cap gainers. DNA from yesterday, guys. DNA from yesterday. This was a big one from yesterday. Also got up to 764 or so. So it is trying. Oh, this is all over the place. It's VEEA all over the place. So I saw gain also. Let's see what gain is doing. Gain is gaining. Okay. So the new, not the new, but the 200-day moving average is up here at around 1392 or so, 1393. A little bit of room to the 200-day moving average. A little bit of room. SPAI, didn't see this one at all in the pre-market. I don't think anyway. No, I really didn't do much in the pre-market. Market opens. Don't know what the float is. Sometimes we don't have any float information on our provider has no float information on it. All right. Well, after maybe it's not going to matter. I'm taking some profit in the VFC, guys. Okay. I'm not trusting, this move in the market right now. So I'm taking some profit in the VFC. You can do what you want, but a little bit of room for NVAX, guys, NVAX, a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 1389. Man, OMAX. Okay, so now it got halted and it moved down off that halt a little bit anyway, OMEX. Reddit on the move, guys. Haven't seen this one for quite a while now. Reddit is on the move. RDDT, price target, $75 price target by put on them by Needham. Just as you said, VVOS just showed up. Well, it's showing up here, it's showing up here, and it's showing up in the momentum scan. Lots of places VVOS is showing up. So a minor disconnect in the market. We've got the NAS is up a little, Dow is down a little, and the SPY is basically flat. So a little bit of a disconnect. Compo guide, CMPO. This is a was a big one from well this week or the last few weeks actually. Compo CMPO. This is a lifetime high now. Another lifetime high for CMPO. And this is a pretty low float. CMPO pretty low float. 26 million. Not high, but not low. All right, SPAI is over 4 now. The high, it looks like the high this week, or was this today's high? Yeah, so that's today's high. Well, if it can break through again today's high, the next high is 464 on the weekly chart anyway. Um, it sure looks like it, doesn't it? SPAI, but let's take a look. I wonder if our news will have that. Completes the initial public offering. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it was an IPO. Normally they'll have the SPAC that it was, right? So I think this was an IPO. So Sesh, okay. I mean, if you're looking for the best, okay, but it's a little expensive, okay. The best is probably Centerpoint. The question is, but if you're new to trading, I would probably concentrate on going long first. But anyway, if you're but for short selling, I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, okay. Now they used to always have a good reputation for having shares to short, but if you're looking to try to short these low float ones, probably won't have that. But they're pretty risky also. But anyway, Centerpoint probably is the one that has the most shorts available of any brokerage out there. You might also look at Cobra and also Trade Zero, but Centerpoint is sort of I would call that the king, but it's expensive. And I think you have to have, I don't know if you're in the States or not. I think you have to have, I don't know, a minimum of 25 or 30,000 in your account. I have no idea of your account size, but I use Interactive Brokers and I'm fine with it. Sure, I don't get all the shorts necessarily, but it doesn't bother me. Jason in our YouTube room says Cobra is great. So there you go. So Centerpoint, Cobra, or Trade Zero, you can check those guys out. Okay, guys, I took myself completely out of the VFC. I think it's a little too market dependent right now. So, I don't think they really had any news other than Needham putting a $22 price target on them. Other than that, I couldn't really see any other news. So BBLG, you can see that there's a 200-day moving average, maybe a struggle to get through. It poked its head a little bit above it. It got up to 234. The 200-day moving average is 230, so it will still have that to contend with. For those of you looking for something really cheap, here's JNVR. JNVR, that's only up 10%. Okay. Wow, easy come, easy go. Look at this ISPC. So that got up to 664 and right back down to 590. Yeah, so VVOS did have some news on that FDA clearance. Whoa, that's a sudden drop now. You always got to be careful, guys. Low float, 3.3 million in the float. Yeah, so I'm going to, be very careful on the large cap gainers because of what the market's doing right now. Maybe try to let them set up a little bit better. I mean, I like X. I mean, X is having it's just over the. In fact, just give me a moment. X is just over the whole number, which I love, and the high up here is 37.74. And the reason popping because a report that they're going to delay the decision on the merger with Nippon Steel to after the election. So that is the deal with X. And Green, I always appreciate you welcoming me. You're the first one to welcome me every day, every time I put those economic calendar news, and it does not go unnoticed. Guten Tag. XCH guys. So XCH now is an all-time high, I believe. Well, all-time high. It is a new IPO, so now it's an all-time high. However, untradeable. Look at this spread, 11.95. They're making it very difficult to try to trade it. Wow, PRTG is on the way up. This reminds me so much like JLMD yesterday, and now it just got halted on the way up. Penny, good morning. Burn on the move again, BYRN. I haven't seen Burn for a while. Let's take a look. This is Penny from our YouTube room. BYRN. Yeah, no kidding. It's on the move again. A high yesterday or last week. Didn't see it because of the volume was too low, but it will start appearing a little bit now. BYRN. So the high last week was 17. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a little too tied into the market, VFC. That's why I was just decided to take profit early and then get out. Well, good morning. Let's see if I can decipher that. F exclamation mark TO. Is that right? In our YouTube room. Good morning. Welcome to the room. Well, Compo guys, I mentioned this one right back here around 13, so it's still running a bit. It's an all-time high. Compo all-time high. CMPO all-time high. MJ, good morning. And a few new people in our YouTube room and in the main room. Always great to welcome new people. ROIV, let's take a look at ROIV. Yeah, not doing too much yet. I mean, it's only up 1%. You know, I know this was very active last week, got up to 13. So, it started drifting down a bit here. Oh man, look at this thing got halted. I mean, I wouldn't have mind taking this one, except remember I said the spread was terrible. But look at this now. Potential open at 14 now for XCH. It's halted at, well, now 1296. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. The blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt price for XCH at 1281. This has been all over the place because, just seconds ago, this said 14. So this column is supposed to give you an idea about where it could open. Shoot. X moved on me. I was just about set to take this one. I love them when they're just over the whole number. The only thing that was stopping me was maybe the market. And I'm moving. I'd like to see the market. Doesn't have to be moving higher. Just has to stop moving down. So X took the move from 34. So GIS had a turnaround, guys. It's an earnings play. It got all the way down, got down to 72 something, so it was negative, but it's just gone positive now. It's up 30 cents. Okay, and the next high looking left for GIS, this is an earnings play, is 75.33. So a little bit of room, not a lot of room on a percentage basis. That's where it could stop. All right, now look at Pinterest here, guys. Now PINS, this is on that large cap movers. The next high is 30.59, 30.62. Well, let's get it to exact. 30.63 is the next high. So let's see if we can get back, hold 30, maybe get up to 30.08. Okay, and let's see if this has a bit of a run. The rumor is correct, Harry. I'm off. I'm off all next week. HAO. Okay, guys. HAO. Now the net. Wow, this has got room. Okay, HAO has got some room. Look at the daily chart. Probably a low float. China stock, 2.7 million in the float. The next high looking left is 380. So, this has got some room, obviously. And again, if you're new to what I'm talking about, all I do is I just look left on a daily chart and I see where the next high is. Okay. And that's how I phrase it. It's got some room. I don't mean it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about any chart resistance until that level. If I can't see a next high looking left on a daily chart, then I turn to my weekly chart. Yeah, very choppy action now, guys. A lot of these high flyers are now really starting to give it up. Look at ISPC got up to 662 and almost right back down to 5. All right, take a look at ALAB. Take a look at ALAB here now, guys. Over the whole number, at a big pop. This has been on a run now for the last few days. This was a $37 stock, about what, 6, 7 days ago. The next high looking left is $50. So there is room for ALAB. My only concern is maybe the overall market. I'd just like to see the market stop moving down. This doesn't have to be ripping higher, but just kind of maybe even settling in the area. But ALAB, man, it's got the room, but almost a couple of dollars to that high. Wow, very nice penny. Yeah, I don't know if you took it, but there's the burn, BYRN. This is a penny in our YouTube room, so it's at the high now, 17 of a few days ago. BYRN. Here's another one, guys. ADMA. Now let's see where the next high is. 1934. So it's right there. 1934. You know what? This is an all-time high. It's at basically an all-time high now for ADMA. Okay. Big float, quarter of a billion in the float, but this is an all-time high now. Excuse me for and they had the news yesterday. Yeah, this looks like this was news from yesterday. We're set to join the S&P Small Cap 600, effective on Monday. Okay, that'll happen on Monday. So that is okay, guys. I'm at an all-time high. Had some news. They're going to be joining the S&P Small Cap 600, effective on Monday. Tank, haven't seen you for a while, Mr. Majestic. Yeah, X. I just wasn't in love with what the overall market was doing. But yeah, on a 37 break, again, this is what we're talking about, the large cap movers. Okay. I'm going to go over all this in fact, why don't I do it right now? I'm just going to do a brief one. Okay. Just want to show you how you can get my scans. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately for me 3 p.m. Eastern time. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and quarter to 3. But William, under no obligation, keeps the main room open sometimes until 3:30 to 4. So let me get to my homepage. I'm just going to do a brief one today, okay? Remember, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm busy, in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I'll let you know. But otherwise, I can usually answer questions fairly promptly. If it's a accounting type question, I can direct you to the people who can help you. So, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. You can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. That'll really help to keep the room free. Okay? The room gets credit for the subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must either get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, your first startup and login. Scroll down a little bit. Important introduction to scans. Okay? Top list and alert windows. You must do that first, okay? It's a software program. Obviously, a bit of a learning curve. What we try to do when they get started, though, is cover all the important aspects in 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Oops, don't have to click on it. Series of videos, Michael Noss. That's Michael, who you saw there in the little inset. Michael Noss, a trader it is. He put all this together, about 38 videos, and it's all free. Okay? Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free, of course. And also the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. We have a great user guide. There's a getting started. Oops, getting started again. So a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and stock racing. You'll notice I've got a stock race that I'm displaying right here. Here's how you can set up your own. And what else? My scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. There's one of the races that I am, you can see, but I do have other races that I'm sharing. This is the halts resumes over here. Relative strength leaders from the close is right here. Upside movers versus downside movers is here. Look at the APLT just ripping higher. A moment. And okay, so yeah, so that's what I'm displaying, but I do have other scans that I'm sharing that are just on my other monitors, including the large cap gainers from the start of the race, okay, and the momentum scan, okay. They're on my other monitors. So again, if you have any questions about any of them, just feel free to ask. Well, APLT has certainly been the star from our AI today, guys. 7:33, 8:32 now. But look, you had an opportunity. It's hard to see, I know, because of the blue, but the alert was right here at 9:41 Eastern time. But look what happened. That's 9:33. You did pop. You could taken it, right off the bat, got up to 8. But here's another opportunity to get into it because it moved right back down to the alert price, hung there for, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. So you had an opportunity to get back in it or get in it for the first time, and that is from our AI. Notice in the race, a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races. It gives you an idea, something you can concentrate on all day long. Now, this race here is a very volatile race. In other words, you can get some pretty big percentage moves. Look at that 5% right there. Okay, this large cap. Generally, you're not going to get big percentage moves. Doesn't mean they're not good to trade, but you're just not going to get the big percentage moves because this race here, I put a minimum market cap. Not that the market cap is huge, but half a billion, okay, and a 50 million in the float. Whereas I don't have those restrictions here, so that's why you can get some pretty big percentage moves. There's the BBLG. Looks like it's right at that 200-day moving average again. Right there, look at that, right at that 200-day moving average again. I mean, if it can get through it in a big way, then the next high looking left is 260. So there is room if it can get through it. It's just trying to get through it, but right now it's just not able to. All right, guys, ADMA now. It's back up. Hey guys, ADMA back up to the hot to its all-time high. Yeah, you see, I mean, it's amazing that you hear me talk about the 200-day moving average a lot. I'm not a big. You notice I don't hardly have anything on my charts in terms of technical indicators, but the 200-day moving average certainly probably the most widely followed one out there. And so you can see how it can act as a block for a stock to move higher, or if a stock is moving down, it could act as support. Here's another cheap one I'm just seeing, guys. Now our PHM, our PHM, another cheap one. Now, but unfortunately to me, it doesn't have enough room when you look left. All sorts of little areas where it could stall on the daily chart. Funny, I'm not seeing Lunar. I mean, of course, I saw Lunar earlier. Did not win a race. It's not here, not down here either. So what's it doing right now? Now I see why I had to pull back from 860 down to 850. You mentioned BCE. Yeah, BCE is a big float. Big telecommunications company in my country of Canada, BCE. Look at that float. Look at that spread again. 1330, 1373. I mean, it won't matter if it goes up $5, but wow, that's just a tough spread. All right, another one, guys. TCBP on the way up or down? No, halted on the way down or resumed on the way down. So got halted on the way down, and now there's a resumption. Well, I had a really nice one. I didn't take it, unfortunately. I had that alert set. If you saw in the pre-market, turn alerted me just over $10, and then it just kept running. And this is from the large cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay, guys, here's Rely, RELY. Look what it did. It got into the VWAP. 1462 is the VWAP, so it's sitting at the VWAP area. 1467, that's the VWAP area. Can the VWAP hold it and get it moving again? Now, the only issue I got, the next high looking left is around 15. It's pretty close. I wish the next high were more up here around 1531. I'm always looking for stocks that have a lot of room to run before it hits that next high, either on the daily or the weekly. Sneeze, SNES, guys. Let's see what this one is doing. So this has got, yeah, it's got some room. I mean, $4 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it does have a little bit of room to run if it wants to. Okay, NRGV just sneaking in here now, over $1. But again, guys, look left. I just see some blockage around 110 potentially. Yeah, I mean, if this takes out the high right there, this could get really rocking again. It just reminds me so much of the GLND from yesterday. That's the PRTJ. Again, I don't see. Well, there you go. It just got. Well, I'm sorry, I put the wrong price alert. There we go. It's better. All right. Well, there it goes. I mean, there it's at the high now. Well, it was at the high of the day. PRTG. Again, I don't see any news on this one other than it's a very low float. And of course, what traders are looking at right now is the fact that it did get up to about $21 in the pre-market. That's what they're looking at. Pepe, are you around? All right, guys, there's Lunar. Well, there's PRTG and Lunar. LUNR, lunar, now just made a new high. Yeah, just wondering. I mean, I saw lots of rain in your area, like bad rain. Are you okay? I don't know exactly if it was your area. I know in the Carolinas. Okay, good. So you didn't get flooded out or anything? Okay, come on, ADMA, make the move for. I'm in this one, guys. It's boring, but I'm just this is an all-time high. That's the ADMA, and again, I got it from the large cap gainers from the start of the race, right here, it's right there. Shot on the move. Okay, it's Pepe's favorite stock. Shot. Yeah, well, the thing I can say about it is that at least this time it's held its gains. In the past, this has popped over a dollar and then stunk again. So they've got a pretty good PR campaign, I guess. So obviously, this business plan is completely changed. When you look at the business summary, it looks like they're in the CBD sector, but that doesn't appear that that's what they're all about. Of course, take the shot, cure your hangover. One moment, please. Hey, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, look how Look how whippy this PRTG is. I mean, again, this is just like yesterday. I mean, when the JLMD at some point took out the high, and it was a little later on in the day. It was, in fact, I think it was when I was on my break. I think that's when it took out the high. All right, guys, I got out of the ADMA basically flat. There's a part of me that says hold some of it, but I had a little bit of profit in it. But let's see if it comes back again. I was mentioning Rely before, RELY, holding the VWAP, trying to hold the VWAP, and it's still trying to hold the VWAP, 1462. Now, what's the market doing? The market is, well, it's trying to pop. We get that little color change now. Remember, the purple means, this is very bearish. And then the pink means not as bearish. And this is with the go no go system. Cores is actually Cores, CORZ is in that large cap gainers. Yeah, wow, that was a nice one. I mean, that is a very nice one. Too late for me now, I think, to chase it, but or don't want to chase it. But that's the sort of trend we're looking for in the large cap gainers. Okay, and remember I was looking at pins earlier, guys, PINS. So pins has some room, 3061 or so, 3063 is the next high looking left. So let's see if this has any sort of a run in it now for pins. But I just think it is market dependent, a little bit too market dependent. Maybe not. I mean, it was kind of holding the gains. It wasn't doing anything like this. Ha. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I have to make an adjustment to one of my sound alerts. Well, Coors is over 12 now, guys. And again, the next high looking left, it's pretty close. 1235, 1225. Here's another maybe interesting one, guys. MLTX. MLTX, the next high looking left is 5279. If we can get through that, it might have a bit of a run in it. MLTX. Moon Lake Immunotherapeutics. I don't think I've seen this one before. And what's the float? No, not high, not low, 45 million. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news. Money, MN Money Hero. Boy, that was an active one many months ago, guys. So here it is again, MNY. Next high looking left, too close. 128 or so. If I can get through that though, 165 on the weekly chart is the next high. Well, PRTG guys, just took it out. Just took out that high out. And again, the attraction, of course. Now, the next high looking left is 1737. Looks like on the yeah, it's intraday. Okay, it's intraday, 1730 or so. And then after that, you've got 21. That's all intraday. But as always, if you're going to take anything like this, look at that float. I think Drawmate said it has a million in the float, but whatever it is, it's very low. You're right. Well, option volume. Well, 51. It does trade options. 7,400 times normal activity. It's traded 51 contracts today, which is 7,400 times normal percent. So 74 times normal. But you can see it doesn't trade options very often. Obviously, if 51 contracts a day represents 74 times normal. Oh man, the RTG guys. I mean, this may have that shot to 21. Again, I'm not telling you to take the trade, okay? I'm just saying that's what traders are looking at when they see something crazy like this, and they just look. Even though it's pre-market, that's why I like to have my. A lot of people don't like to have pre-market on their charts. I would never, personally, I would never not have the pre-market on my charts. Otherwise, how would you know that in the pre-market it did get up to $21? All right, guys, I'm just now looking at maybe some trying to find some shorts here. There's pins on the move a little bit, just a little bit. All right, I took some of this just to see. Okay, it's not doesn't seem to be too market dependent. Not going crazy on it. See if as long as it holds 30. I'm talking about the pins, PINS. Oh, PRTG. Well, what did I say? The next high looking left was in the day in the pre-market was right where it got to, I think, 1745. Okay, guys, ASTS. This is another one that's showing up in the large cap gainers. So the next high is 3047. Obviously, room for ASTS. Okay, and I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. So, RNA, guys, RNA. Now, another one. Now, you'll talk about shorting the top. Maybe RNA, because I'm just looking left. And the next high, 4461. It's at 4451. Sorry, it's about 10 cents away from that next high looking left. So there's a nice move for RNA right now, but could be coming into a bit of a resistance area. And that's the RNA. If it pops through that, then the next high after that is 45. So not a lot of room, really. I mean, the next high again is 44.61 and then 45. So not a lot of room on a percentage basis to move. Okay, RNA is right at that high now. I believe it's right at, excuse me, right at that high. 44.61. So it's a little bit above that high. So the next high, again, is that 45 level. Okay, APLT is still strong, guys. It's had a little bit of choppy action, but it is still strong. The next high or the high of the day was 840. I have to stick an alert there because you never know. Later on in the day, it takes out that high and it could get running again. And I better check the monthly chart to see where it could go or where it could stall on a monthly chart. So yeah, look at the monthly chart. I mean, again, I'm not saying it's going to get the 947, but that is the next high on the monthly chart for APLT. Meanwhile, my goodness, PRTG. Yeah. Well, it will not surprise me. Again, when I say this, I don't mean, well, the guy's saying he thinks it could get to 2123. It won't surprise me. That's all. The guy, meaning me. So where can you find PRTG? Momentum scan down here, upside movers to the upside. Look at the movers to the upside. 89% have been green coming through here versus only 11% in red, which is a little surprising. I mean, the market is, I mean, it's really flat. I mean, everybody, of course, is just waiting for the announcement at 2 o'clock. You know what? I wasn't going to do this today, but I just have to show people what trade ideas is really all about, especially if you're new, okay, and what the power of trade ideas is really all about, especially if you're an intraday trader. But even if you're not an intraday trader, stocks that are really moving one day, they could have continuation. So if a stock, really move now, I probably wouldn't, want to swing a low float one, but let me explain what this one is all about. This is called Momentum Momo. It's on my homepage. You can have it, and this is what it's looking for. So if I right click on it and click on Configure, and then click on Summary, so you can see right here. These are the filters that I'm using. Lot of screening filters. A lot of screening programs are out there. But what we take it, in my opinion, anyway, a step further is that we are excellent at real time alerting. So in this particular scan, is looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume has to be at least three. That means it has to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So right now it's 10:48 Eastern time. This is why I call a momentum scan, because if the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal. Bottom line is this: if all these filter values are met, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So the last time that happened was for the PRTG at 10:46 plus 6 seconds. Oops, that's wrong. It's I have to get rid of this because it's not scrolling to the top here. Here we are. So IMUX is the last one to meet all those filter requirements. So if I right click, again, configure, and the summary. So IMUX was the last one, just happened. Okay, made a new high for the day and met all these filter requirements. That is how you can create an alert scan yourself. You can take this one if you want. This is on my homepage. But of course, if you want to make adjustments, you can. Maybe you don't like my price range or something else about the scan. Of course, you can make adjustments if you want. This is what I like to see. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Right at the very top, you can see these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. If I, but you can see we have a lot of them. All those icons up here, these are all real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we have, the screeners. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't look at this program and think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't look at PRTG. The good news is you don't have to learn them all. Okay. The only reason there are so many, just give me one moment, guys. Yeah, I'm not liking the way pins is trading, so I'm out of it. Okay. I just got out of it. Getting it, yeah. Well, coming back a little bit. I'll have to take a look at it again. Just don't like the way it's trading though. There's Java. This has been active. I haven't seen this one until I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but I hadn't seen Java for a long, long time. But anyway, the bottom line is this. If you're looking at this, the only reason there are so many real-time alerts and all those other screeners, filters that we've got is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters that you see. Okay. So you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use these two for my real-time alerts, the new high and the new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters. I have a price range I like to see, a minimum volume, and things like that. It doesn't mean that the ones I'm not using are not very good. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all it means. Okay. If you have questions, ask away. Now, this is sort of interesting. This court, I mean, look how it's basing on a 3 minute chart. And it's rare you see something like this. A 3 minute chart, you'd expect some up and down movement, but it's just basing. And this is, yeah, this is a lifetime high for court. Okay, well, PRTG finally stopped moving higher for a while anyway. I agree with you 100%, Mr. Para. Watching, 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 see if it, the uh, the excitement is building here for the PRTG. Yeah, okay. Jeez. Well, I know I always say that we're just going to concentrate on the large five gainers from the start of the race, but sometimes, you just got to do what you got to do. So there's the PRTG guys. Now, um, again, that next high is what, 21, 21. Is that, what is it exactly? Took my alert again, price alert at the high here. Whew. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. So it did briefly took this out anyway. I hate this. I don't like the fact you have to click on this to get a some kind of a box to pop up. I can't. So you can see this is a classic alpha stock, guys. I mean, we talk about alpha stocks. This is an alpha stock. It doesn't care what the market's doing. Okay, it just doesn't care. Okay, Penny, where does Riley get its steam from? I don't know. Is there more rumors about a buyout or something like that? I don't know. Take a look at Riley. I don't know. Yeah, but it's wow, that's a big move. 581, $6. Well, not as big as I thought, but still a pretty big move. Yeah, I don't see any news a lot of times with, well, wait a minute. I'm not seeing the news yet. So for Riley, yeah, I don't see any news. It's, of course, a lot of rumors that it's going to get bought out by somebody. I don't, was it Oak Tree or Oak Management or B. Riley himself? So I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't see anything. Uh, just watching the, just got to be, concentrating on this PRTG. I mean, this is not investing 101, guys. Believe me. And if you saw my first buy on this thing, I've been trading it, okay? But if you saw my first buy on this, if only I had held. Yeah, I mean, it's just blowing right through that high in the pre-market. I can't even get that box to pop up that shows me all the information about the candle. Oh, there, finally. I hate that. I really wish. I love the way, and here you can hover over it. And it's right at the top here. I don't know why they can't do the same thing. I know it's a different way of presenting the data. It's the browser charts, but maybe it's because they think it'd be too overloaded on top. I don't know. Anyway, the high was 21, so it is above that. All right, guys. Well, I've taken virtually everything off now for the PRTG. Now that it's sent right back down to the 20 level, crazy, just crazy. Especially when you again, has anybody seen any news on that one at all, other than the fact that it's a low float and it was the flavor du jour? I mean, it could keep running, but at some point, you could get a giant rug pull. I'll put an alert at the high of the day, maybe later on. I would keep an eye on the APLT still, okay, the APLT still, and see if it, gets back maybe even over $8 or right here around 8.20. It may still run again. At least, there was some news that you can actually see regarding it. The FDA scrapping the panel meeting. Okay, so look at that. The average session volume so far, well, that's 33 million now, an average of 1.2 million. 138 times normal volume right now, guys, up to this time of day. So I would keep an eye on this APLT. Maybe if it gets over eight, number one, but it's and now PRTG just got halted on the way down. Just halted on the way down. Is this it for it? I don't know. I really don't know. GLMD did kind of the same thing. Got halted on the way down a few times yesterday, and then it just zoomed later on in the afternoon. So that's why I'm going to have a price alert right at the high. I know as crazy as that sounds. All right, guys. Wow, fast morning. I'm taking a break in about an hour. Jamie should be taking over for me. Sometimes he does listen to me, so it's going to confirm that he is taking over for me. Well, when you see a lot of action in the pre-market I mean, there's nothing 100% Z, obviously, but when you see a lot of action in the pre-market for something, and when I saw that, it was up to $21. I thought, well, okay, and there's no news whatsoever. That means this is just a trading vehicle. Okay, so low float. I mean, did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. But it didn't. You see, it didn't. It was holding. It was holding in the air. Now, discounting that high up there. So it was kind of holding nicely in that 14 level. Oh, I mean, listen, I did not know it was going to go up here. Of course not. But it just had that look. For me, it just had that look. One moment, please. Okay, guys. So I'm out of everything right now. Pins was a marginal loss. The ADMA was a marginal. I think it was basically flat. VFC was so really the only thing I was fortunate on today, and very fortunate, of course, was the PRTG. Other ones were kind of just flaws. And Omex make another new high. Okay, wow, yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at this. Omex pushing our YouTube Bjorn. Well, can it make? Well, it is, and volume coming in. Look at this action, 129 million shares, 130 million shares. Is that the right float? Is that the right float for Omex? Let me just do a quick look at another website. Yeah, 11 million. Well, they've got 11 million. We've got 15 million. So, I mean, it's in the ballpark. If you're wondering, well, why is there is there a difference? Well, if I went to 10 other websites, I bet you I'd have 10 different float values. So, so it's a pretty, I mean, compared to some of the crazy ones, this is a huge float. No shorts available for me either at Interactive Brokers. I don't really remember. I sort of remember this moving higher. I don't remember. I mean, this is a daily chart. This is a daily chart. I mean, there's where it closed. I mean, all right. Well, there's PRTG. So it opened a little bit. What was the hell price? It was 1949. I don't know if this is probably not dead yet. It's just a little bit above the halt price. Dead to me would mean it would have to get all the way back down, 15. So I'll definitely be watching this one later on. See if it takes out that 20 again. So is this the same thing, Captain, with as you were talking about the warrant holders yesterday for JLMD? This is sort of the same thing with the PRTG. Ooh, because if that's the case, oh, it could be. Okay, could be. Because that obviously then we should be paying attention to those sort of things in the free market. I don't mean just pile into the trade. I mean, but at least it's got some idea. At least there is some reasonable reason why. Reasonable reason why it could be moving higher. I don't know if it's a reasonable reason, but any sort of a reason. What do I think of Omex from Michael Storm in our YouTube room? Well, I mean, it looks good. What can I say? I mean, it looks pretty good. I mean, it's basing now in the 15, and it just worries me what happened to it yesterday, though. Okay, that's the only thing. I mean, that was the high of the. Because that's, I mean, it got up here and then it closed all the way down here. That would worry the heck out of me. I'm trying to dissuade anybody from taking it, but well, that's right. So I mean, this opened up here. That was the opening trade of the day, 477. It got up to $5, and then it closed down here. Anyway, I mean, I don't have a feel. I just be a little worried about what happened yesterday. That's all. Yes, you are right, John. Well, maybe. I know you're back in this one. Can I be tempted? Yeah, this you just read my mind. Well, it just got halted. VEEA got halted. Again, this was a SPAC. Now it's yeah, okay. I guess it is an all-time high. I mean, it was a SPAC. Okay, so I guess when it was a SPAC, it was never that high. So it turned into VEEA yesterday. Well, there's certainly no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers or PRTG, which would have been fantastic that there weren't, because you could have said, okay, I'll short it here, or how about here, how about here, how about here. But maybe Shady's right. Maybe the top is in for a while anyway. IMUX, IMUX. Wow, look at IMUX go now, guys. IMUX, IMUX, and let's see where the next low or where the next high is. Not a low float, 100 million in the float, if our provider is correct. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 240. So on the monthly chart, at least, there is some room. Okay. Yeah, Dip Buyer, were you in the YouTube room yesterday when Michael Noss was showing that graph? Because you're right, it was 64% for a point 0.5 and what, 30 odd percent for the 0.25. Man, oh man, I mentioned this summit well, not a long time ago, sort of at the beginning of well, a long time ago. Okay, almost 2 hours ago, as a potential short. I actually do have the large cap losers from the start of the race up on my other monitor. I was wanted to see what was happening with it, and just took out that low yesterday, but we saw it a little bit above that low. And now it's just starting to slip slide away. Well, that's a strong statement. So you were 100% sure of the 25, but and 100% sure it will not be 50. Certainly not higher, but interesting, William. Resolve on that. You know what? I've been trying to short this SMMT and they won't fill me. I've been going in at the bid and lots of shares available, almost 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. Was this down more than 10? No, this wasn't down 10% yesterday. Or was it? I could not get a fill. I can't tell if this was down 10% yesterday. Maybe it was. Then that uptick rule is still in effect. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Really? Well, I was hanging at the bid. No, they got shorts, Vizavi. 500,000. It's not that they don't have shorts available. It's that I guess it's do the math. So that's the reason. So this was down 10% yesterday. Okay, that's the reason. It's just the uptick rule is still in effect. It was down 10% yesterday at Summit. Oh, that news has been out all in the morning, Abby. When you say that news for APTL, FTA, that news was out in the pre-market. Talking to Bizavi in our YouTube room. If you're looking at this, this is just this is just a rehash. Okay, look at that 759, maybe even earlier. 706. I mean, this is all in the pre-market. So, oh, you did. I'm sorry, William. I didn't see that. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah. Well, I just did the math myself. So that's the reason. So I'm not. I don't blame IB. They're just following the rules. Guess what? Hmm. A modest fill now for me on the SMMT. Okay, they did fill me. I'm not expecting much, but the next low looking left. Meanwhile, I have a tough time saying this one. VEEA just resumed and popped up. So this is where I saw SMMT. Okay, this is on the large cap losers from the start of the race. It's the reverse of, you got it, the large cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay, guys, Jamie just confirmed that it will be him today taking over for me in about 40 minutes in our YouTube room. I always enjoy talking to Jamie on Wednesdays. Okay, there's Java. I got to look at Java. Java just made another new high. Java, JVA. Um, this is an earnings play, kind of. Okay. I don't know if it's an official earnings play. We don't have an earnings date for it. I don't know if it's an official earnings play. This was on the 16th. Okay. It looks like this looks like it's official. We just don't have it as an earnings play then for some reason. I'm going to assume this is an earnings play, okay, and it's not preliminary. Well, that's the reason why Java has been on the move, JVA. Well, if you got the large cap gainers from the start of the race, you would have seen cores. You would have seen it probably back here. Java earnings was on September 13th. Well, that's just, well, we don't have. Usually, we'll have some. Yeah, I just don't know how to interpret what that information is. If it's a preliminary, the bottom line is it doesn't really matter. It is basically an earnings play. Okay, guys, how about this one now? ALHC. ALHC. Now, this is again coming from my large cap gainers. The next high is, too bad. I wish that weren't there. That 1237. This is yeah. I mean, that would have been a nice little break if say the next high was 13 or something, but it is not. What's the volume like? Volume's pretty good. 852,000, 3.5 times normal. All right, guys, got out of the summit for the most minuscule gain. Okay. I actually took it just to prove to myself I could take it. So I got out of it. Now, PRTG, you're going to have an alert set up here. I shall put an alert just over the high there, 1855, and see if maybe this is just sort of basing a bit. I don't know. I don't know why OMX fell so much again. I have no idea, Daniel. It seems a little crazy, that price action yesterday. I really don't know. So, William, you're looking at this as a bounce play, a WSC, or a short? This is showing up on the large cap gain losers from the start of the race. It's a bounce play. Okay, for you. Okay, well, boy, this has been all over the place. Now this is just halted, got halted, came back down, and now it's just moved higher again and halted on the way up. VEEA. Well, it's an all-time high. I mean, there's not much more I can say about it, Mr. Two. I mean, it started trading. It was a SPAC. Started trading as VEEA in the pre-market yesterday. You can see what it did. I got up to 10,676, but it closed way down here. And now, and trading higher after the company announced a strategic. This was yesterday, though, as far as I know. I mean, this was the news. Okay, the VA, okay, and the Plum Acquisition Corp announced the closing of the business combination. Okay, so that was the reason. And then that news about that I just put out here, I could have sworn I saw that yesterday. CrowdKeep. Maybe I'm wrong, but okay. So there is some news. There is some news on it, and in the pre-market, it's just crazy. Yeah, in the pre-market, it's a little bit like the PRTG. In the pre-market, it got up to 17, so that could be the little magnet that traders are looking at right now. Could be. When it opens, it's possible it's going to open over 15 or at 15 or so. Here's your halt price, 1472. Okay, Omex just made a new high. Give me a moment, please. Well, and I don't know if VFC is really following the market that closely, but I mean, the market is not helping, going long some of these things. Though X doesn't care so far. X doesn't really care. Well, it did care. This has been super choppy. You know, this is not what I'm looking for from that race. I'm looking for more of a solid trend. It doesn't have to be giant green or blue candles, but you don't want to see this. But it has popped right back up, and now this is the news on it. Why it's popped like this? U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel, expecting positive, unanimous arbitration ruling related to a dispute with the United Steelworkers Union. So that's the reason for U.S. Steel popping right now. That's a big pop, obviously. Yeah, I mean, other than I call it the luckiness that I had with the PRTG. Other than that, I just had a very blah day. Hey, you're talking about SYY, William? SYY? Dude, yeah, wow. 77 down to 74. Oh, what happened at 10 o'clock? Forgot to even keep an eye on that one. So obviously, 10 o'clock, the Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectations came out. I don't know if that is the reason for the drop. This is the 10 o'clock area right here. So, I mean, is this what you're talking about, William? The shares seeing volume. Cisco Volume is a company presenting at the Wells Fargo seventh annual consumer conference, or whatever they're saying. Not liking it. Ugh, load. Look at this thing. So whatever they're saying, not liking it. Yeah, guys, I know. Listen, the closer we get to 2 o'clock, the less I'm going to be trading. Well, look at load now. I mean, if you're into these super, super cheap ones, I guess you can look at this one, load. The next high looking left, though, is 34 cents. So definitely not my cup of tea. How about Sedge? SEDG. underneath the whole number, underneath the whole number, right underneath that 22 level. The next low looking left is, wow, it's got about a dollar to that next low. Had a sell flag up here. Well, Summit actually, SMMT would have been actually a good bounce. Wow, 11:37 already, guys. So I've got another a little over 20 minutes left before Jamie does take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to listen to Jamie while he has his hour in YouTube between 12 and 1 Eastern time, of course. I'm still, you know, halfway fixated on the ADMA. Well, this is the all-time high, of course, up here, but added to the S&P small cap 600, basically a lifetime high. Yeah, I can't get into this one. I just can't. Well, when I say I'm not talking about trading it, mentally I can't get into this one. This VEEA. This is looking not good now, guys. The APLT. This is actually not looking that good anymore. I don't think it's going to have that late day break. Not with that float. 95 million in the float. Okay, not with that float. This looks like it's just really starting to give it up. I mean, it's still up 57%. Oh, GLMD. I didn't. Well, on the way down, obviously. Yeah. Okay. I thought it was popping up. I heard it. I didn't look at the chart though. Yeah, giving it up completely would not surprise me at all if PFRG does exactly the same thing tomorrow. It may even do it today. Wow, Tesla's only at $1.11. Wait a minute, that's TLSA. So I'm just kidding, of course. The next high looking left is 127 or so for TLSA. Tiziana Life Sciences. Yeah, so don't listen to me on the Omex. Omex is moving higher and higher. Now look at this market, guys. So again, I think RNA is putting a little bit of a pop here, but this market is definitely drifting, drifting, drifting. I mean, the SPY's only down a little, Dow's down a little, Nas is down a little. Everyone's just waiting for 2 o'clock. So I'll take a break until two. There's no point. Boy, that SPY 1 minute chart is going to be wild, I think, at 2 o'clock when I put it up. All right, now Redfin could be interesting, okay? Only if though, wow, that's too far away. Yeah, we're at 1388. I love that whole number break, but the next low looking left is 1365, not that far away. And then you've got 1341. Now, if somehow it takes out 1341, then I'm going to put an alert at 1341 and see if it takes that out later on. Because if it does do that, then look left, the next low is 1160, a lot of room. Almost $2 to that next low on the daily chart, if it does take that out. Well, Omex is just continuing. 191 million shares are traded. That is 5,000 times normal. That's not a misprint. You can see, I mean, there's 223 million have traded this week. We're only 3 days, 2.5 days into this week. And you look left, it didn't trade very much. About 2 million shares over a whole week. Just looking left and all those weekly candles, even less. So look at EXO, guys. Look at that. I mean, right up and then right back down. So yeah, I'm going to be highly selective right now. Should have shorted that. Sorry, William. I should have shorted that WSC. Well, maybe there's hope for you here. 3808 is the next low looking left. Hopefully that you're are you long that one? You're trying to play on a bounce, right? For the WSC. The low right there is 3810 for today. And the next low looking left is 3808. You got to hope maybe that holds it. And if it doesn't, though, 3667 is the next low looking left on a daily chart. So my fingers crossed for you if you're still in this on a bounce play. Well, I always hate going against somebody, obviously, in the room. But, I kept seeing this on the large cap losers. And it won four of the races on the large cap losers. But this could be a little bounce zone for you. You know, if that holds. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP does not come into play at all. Yeah, but if you're going to go long something, I don't want to go short. Boy, I'd love to do this one. You know, this ALHC. I just wish all this weren't over here because it looks. It's been pretty steady now. It's not following the market. Doesn't care what the market's doing. Look what the market's doing. I mean, it's dragging stocks down. It's not dragging this one down. And this is actually a large capper, fairly large cap, 95 million in the float, multiplied by the price, you get over a 500 million market cap. Well, now you tell me, William. Well, you know what? I probably start doing some of these shorts, but again, I'm going to be taking my break very soon in about 10 minutes. So I don't want to do anything right now. But Sedge, I mentioned Sedge. Now, I had a little pop up here, but if it moves back down again, there's room. There's about $1 to the next low, SEDG. And, the market certainly you would think would help on a short right now. Well, Omex, again, doesn't care what the market's doing. All right, now ZIM, underneath the whole number, underneath that whole number, the next low looking left, 1837. So it's got a little bit of room, okay? And it's, I mean, along if the market, I mean, a lot of things are just being dragged down by the market, of course. So as long as the market doesn't put any sort of a bounce, and that's ZIM. Redfin, the same thing, RDFN. Saw this just underneath 14. That was the problem, though. Yeah, I've got my alert 1344 set in case it rips right through that later on. Interesting action on the GIS. I mean, GIS is an earnings play. It looked really bad. Well, not hugely bad. It wasn't down like a huge percentage, but certainly on earnings, it was moving down. So on a day like today, you would not expect a bounce like it has, especially if the initial reaction to its earnings release was negative. Certainly, the market is not helping it pop up. All right, so this is a SPAC. I don't care about these, but this is why it's showing up here. This is a SPAC. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Jamie's not there yet, but I'm just going to put my announcement in. And I'll put the YouTube link in. So there's the link for YouTube. Jamie's not there yet, but when I take off, if you want to head over and listen to Jamie for his hour, there's the link. I mean, this ADMA is still hanging tough. It's still kind of hanging tough. It's been a little too choppy for me, but ADMA is still hanging tough. My feeling is that if the market hadn't been doing, this, ADMA might have had a nice little run. Hey, there's your little bounce so far, William. WSC for you. You saw how that 38 held almost to the penny. Are you in load, FinFan Forever? Really? Last time I looked, it was around 34 cents or 32 cents. Okay. Well, it's a little bit above that now. Well, you got to take a lot of shares, right, to make this work. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just waiting for Jamie now to show up. Okay, guys. Yeah, not seeing. I mean, the summit may start dropping again, I guess, SMMT, but when you say 137 million, so that's something that you found? Maybe William can do that. Okay, guys, just give me one moment, Jamie. Okay, guys, so Jamie just showed up in our YouTube room. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now, wow, what a day, Jamie.
Hello.
Hello. I'm
Yeah,
always wondering
well,
what.
a little bit of action, and now everything's sleepy, waiting for the Fed pep
Hmm.
rally.
Yeah, I've been really focusing on my large cap gainers from the open that race that I've got running, and
Yeah.
yeah, it was very tough day today. You're just not getting too much extension. I had better luck on my large cap losers though, but even then, the market doesn't really know what's going to happen. So, what is your prediction, Mister Prognosticator? 25 or 50?
Um, I'm I'm gonna I'm gonna say no change, Barry.
Ooh, geez, just don't do that, Jimmy. When I've got liquid.
Now, I know, I mean, I think it's a coin flip right here.
No, no, you don't. You don't really mean that. You don't really mean a coin flip between no change and a change.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Really,
I personally I believe there's not going to be any change,
really.
but I could be wrong. But that's just my guess
Wow,
based
you are in the
on
minority,
yeah, yeah. Well,
vast minority. I mean, well, that'll be interesting. I mean, if that happened, the market's not. I don't. I mean, the market doesn't seem to want to have a 50, and they're looking for a 25, and zero would be really interesting. But
everybody wants a cut, don't they?
yeah.
Okay, and the herd was rolling with the cut.
Hmm.
I'm bucking the trend here. I'm saying no change.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
at 2 o'clock, I'll be thinking about you to see what happens. And if you were
Well,
right, then you were the only one because Michael had a graph on yesterday. I don't think you saw it, but about it said that uh, it's like 66% certainty there'd be a 50 cut, 36% certainty at 25, and 0% of no cut. So if that happens, you should write a book.
well, nah, I have no interest in that. But just
Well, you
based
would
on
if you
what,
can make a gazillion dollars on it.
yeah, yeah. Hey, I said no change and I was right. The end.
Yeah. No. Yeah,
It
but
would be a short story, Barry.
you'd
Um,
be one of the very, very, very few. And then they go, man, what is his next call? That's how it works, Jamie.
yeah, yeah, but see, I'm reflecting back on the whole thing, right? And everybody was saying there's no chance of an interest rate cut before the end of the year. That's what they were touting, blah, 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 for so long. Then all of a sudden, they kind of flipped the narrative.
Hmm.
So that's
Okay.
why I'm just like, you know what?
All right.
I got no skin in the game.
Yeah.
It
No,
ain't
I
gonna
know. I
hurt me if
know.
I'm
It's
wrong, but I say no change.
Well, Pepe is actually saying that 65% yesterday, potential of a 50 is now down to 55%. So, anyway, I'll let you go. I've got some things to do. So, we'll see you in about an hour, Jamie.
Sounds good, my friend. Enjoy, and we'll see you back
Okay.
here. Bye
Okay.
bye. Okay, well, I guess it would probably be good if I shared one of my screens. So give me a second here, and we should, boom. You should be now on my desktop. So, hello everybody. Let's check the crowd. Let's see. Is it normal today? A little bit higher than normal. That's a good thing. So, hi to all you regulars. If you are new to Trade Ideas, welcome. And this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session while Barry takes his well-deserved break. So, if you have any questions about Trade Ideas in general, any aspects of the software, just use that questions panel to get your question out there, and I'll do my best to answer it. In addition, while we're talking shop here, no pre-planned content. But if you do have any symbols you'd like me to take a look at on the charts, I can attempt to do that as well. But yeah, it's Happy Fed Day, so Yeah, I'm thinking no change, but we'll all know in about, let's see, 2 p.m. Eastern, so a couple hours from now, since I'm in Central Time, be 1 my time. Just going against the herd mentality. It'll be interesting nonetheless. And hello to you as well, Squid. Pepe, how's everybody doing today? Hope everybody was able to scrape out a little bit of coinage before the market took its nap. Yeah, let's see, the applet. That was a pretty good call right off the bat from the AI. Was up a little loftier at 844. Wow, it's almost a whole point down to where it is now. But some nice profit potential in the applet if you took this trade from the AI. Let's see, the long and neon in the money briefly before a big swoon back down. Would have been real hard to kind of stay in this one, if you bought it up here briefly in the money, break even would have been my little out there. Nobody wants to sit that big pullback, even though it did come all the way back up, and has since that point in time reversed significantly. No transitionary bars on the go no go right now for SPY on the 3 minute. Just nice and purple down there. You know, this is where we are on the weekly. So just a hop, skip, and a jump from the top, even though we are taking a little swoon down. So, devil's advocate, if we do get a rate cut, well, we'll probably go test these levels and punch out. But if we don't, well, everything you see right here is in fair play. Not bad action in the VEEA. And let's just kind of cruise through. Old Dawn of the Dead. Lunar definitely doing some volume, but not exactly the prettiest chart on the day. Now this one right here, classic Dawn of the Dead. If we squish up the weekly here, we can see doing the zombie walk. And that's what they do until they wake up for some reason. Not sure what the catalyst was in the IMUX today. But man, what a beautiful little opening area, about a buck 70. And as soon as this thing pokes through, it was off to the races. A lot of time to get into that one after this little poke above 175 or so. A little sideways action, and then whammy. All the way up to 211 before that one was done. Of course, it's a biotech. And this is hilarious right here. E.F. Hutton. I really didn't even think, I think we've talked about this. Somebody else brought this up at one point in time. Didn't even know that company was still in existence. They had all I'm old enough to remember in the 80s, the E.F. Hutton commercials. Maybe it was even late 70s, early 80s. When E.F. Hutton speaks, people listen. That is correct, Iris. The consensus is half to a quarter, but I'm just saying, nope, don't believe it. I'm thinking no change. But we shall see. Bottom line, whether you're right or wrong on your prediction on interest rate fiddlings, all that matters is how you react to the market. But one thing, well, can't say anything is a certainty, but regardless of what the decision is, half point, quarter point, no change, it will stoke volatility. Now, how long that volatility will last in today's session? Will it be a crazy, crazy, last hour of trading? Maybe, but I think we'll have some action, regardless of what the decision is. But yes, if it's no cut, then that downside action, it could be very well be downside action. Even if it's a quarter point cut, people view that as positive, but we all know how that goes. Kind of like the old earnings thing. Hey, they blew earnings away, but the stock went down, or they missed earnings and the stock went up. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but these things happen all the time. Therein lies trading in and of itself. How do we make sense of everything that we see and hear? And most of the time, it's just through good old technical analysis, whether that be on the daily or the intraday. Technical analysis, chart reading abilities, whatever you'd like to call it. All right, you guys are pretty quiet out there, but if you do have a question, just use that panel. And let me check in on a little something here. Okay, so I'm sure some of you have heard we've got some new tech coming out pretty soon. I'm just taking a look at some of the plays that this thing has participated in for the day. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch to 30-minute candles. That one's a little thin on that one. Okay. 30-minute pump on this one. And what's another one? All right, some pretty significant 30-minute action here. What do we got? We've got a stock that's traded 2 million shares, and the float is not present. So I don't really know how many shares are in this float. Very interesting or odd that it's not in there. How about swivel? All right, 4.6. Some nice 30-minute bars as well. VWAP under control there. That's not too shabby right there. Once again, missing float data, but some nice upward momentum in that guy as well. Looks to be a younger kiddo. Only been around for 1-2 weeks, so I'm guessing an IPO from not too long ago. And I accidentally okay, well, learn what not to do there. All right, so continuing through some of these Dawn of the Deads, not a whole lot out there today. But when we shift down to the smaller time frame here, actually kind of take that back. We looked at this one already, nice little swoon down, 360. As soon as it came up there and broke, but a lot of energy expenditure on that bar, so just not a whole lot of high quality setups being spat out today. Let's check in on, I know that, yeah, I bit down a smidge today. Had that nice little run. run up yesterday and then gave back quite a bit, all ebbing and flowing to the thing we call Bitcoin. Not bad action in Omex today, only up a meager 244%. And this is a classic tight opening range break. A buck 19 all the way up to a buck 86 on the range break from the pre-market. Would have been a lot more pretty if we didn't have that big spike at the beginning. This is typically what I'm looking for if I am scanning pre-market. Just something to judge risk by. And in this case, risk at the bottom of the pre-market would have been about 80 cents as a price. Now, where did this candle open? 81 cents. So literally opened up down here. You could have used probably a 3-penny stop. Would have kept you in it here. And that would have paid handsomely just by using the low of the pre-market range or a couple of pennies past it as your exit if you're looking to make trades early on in the session. How do you prevent yourself from getting steamrolled? You know you're out and you have that stop set, or you manually watch it very closely. Or as Barry would say, if you're making a trade of that nature on the open and you've got a clearly defined spot on the pre-market low, don't even get up, because as soon as you get up, it'll probably hit it. But a very nice example from the relative strength tree map. Kind of very similar action right here on the VEEA as well. Pre-market. This one bled through a little bit. See? So that's the opening candle. Opened at 781. And you would have been using, actually, 781. Yeah, it doesn't look like that big, but it opened at 781. And then your out would have been 713, and you would have gotten stopped out on that one. So that's a good example of what could happen if you're wrong. Using the bottom here, you took your stab, you got blown out, then it turns and burns. But that's what you have to have there if you're going to be taking risk early versus Omex, which this one held up. Pretty simple procedure there, right? Opened, never went below, up. Very similar pattern, except this one shook us out. But that's acceptable. If you're willing to risk 80 cents, it looks like a small amount there. So, if you're only risking $100 a trade, you shouldn't have been in more than 100 shares of that one. Applet, once again, a AI trade from Holly, also showing up on relative strength. Why is that? Because check out the relative volume here. Only 104 when one is normal. Hey, we got float data here. Not quite 100 million. It's already knocked out 40 million. So this thing is definitely in play today. Taking a nap right now. Buyers and sellers have become pretty much equal, but I doubt that will last forever. Now that we're getting orange bars on the go, no go, it's kind of anybody's guess here. A lot of things throwing wiggles. See, Vivas as well. That one probably would have got you by a few pennies as well if we were using low pre-market. Actually, if we're playing strictly, yeah, that is today. Because I've got pre-market, but do I have post? Right. Just making sure that was at Premarket Bar. Yep, sure was. Not the prettiest chart there. Looks a little illiquid there. It looks like more like a gap, but some nice upward momentum nonetheless from 1084 up to 16 and change. I'm sure the spread is probably a little bit heinous on that one. A lot of things running up, giving back a good portion, and then just flatlining from this point on. Sorry about that short, Ollie. Well, stuck in the middle with Tesla. All right. Anyone? Bueller? Charts? Questions? You know what to do. Kind of slim pickings on the 3 minute goes here. I haven't had a signal. IMUX was what, 3 minutes ago? Let's take a peek. And okay, so 11:15 my time. That was just 3 minutes ago. So we had the orange, then we went pink. Now we're going purple. So you force me to make a bet right now. I'd say maybe IMUX wants to come down here and test these levels here. If these bars continued purple, then I believe the chances of that occurring would increase. For right now, it's a pretty low risk entry. Short this thing, put a stop in about 185, and perhaps you make 14 or 15 cents on it. Not doing that, just hypothesizing here. Just not a whole lot of quality symbols at this point in time. That looks more like a buyout. Let's see. Shares acquired by, yep. Yep, whenever you see this type of action, you're like, okay, that is definitely a buyout. Hey, what's up, 77? Thanks for breaking that radio silence. What do I think about getting a small position of VIX? Most likely some reaction to the downside after the announcement. Well, that's always a good idea, right? Of course, if we make that bet, you know, beforehand, as long as we have a reasonable stop in mind, nothing wrong with making that bet. But you're right, we should get a little volatility and people trying to protect and hedge as well. So, there's always the people making the bet on the direction. Then you got all the fun people putting a little insurance on in case things get too wacky just to even things out. But yeah, UVXY could definitely get up and boogie with volatility. Reminds me of a story, I want to say 2008-ish, 9-ish, 10-ish. And the story was Every time volatility took a huge spike, this one guy would just short, short it, and it always came back, and he made a nice pile of money. There was a nice story that went along to it. He was a stalker at Target, and just before too long had turned, 5 or 10 grand into some ungodly amount. And he just kept shorting the VIX every time there was a spike until one time it didn't come back and he lost everything, right? And that's the way it goes, right? Nothing lasts forever. There's always going to be the anomalous event. But definitely a good instrument to have your eyes on days like this 7-7. What's the other one? I haven't pulled these things up in so long. Yeah, just another version. Short-term futures, but just a different company. Yeah, and these things are always coming and going, 7-7. It also reminds me of, I forgot what it was a hugely traded ETF, and I think this was around maybe 14, 15 or whatever. And one day it was a Swiss credit product. I'm pretty sure it was a volatility ETF. It'd been around forever, highly popular with day traders, really popular in the proprietary trading community, and a ton of traders were, doubling down on that one, and they all went home long one night, massive, massive amounts, and the next day it never opened because they squashed it, went to zero, right? Um, did a lot of damage to the prop community, but that's the risk, That's the risk of even holding for short periods of time in these ETFs because it's all in the prospectus that they could just fold it up at any time, and it happens from time to time. Not the norm, but I guess it really only matters if you're in it. And, regardless of whether or not the fund lives or not, there's always that time decay over time. Viva swing paying, still 13 points. Let's take a look at old Vivas. Nice. Okay. VVOS, swing paying still 13 point. For a minute, I thought you meant you were up 13 points in it, but seeing as how it's only a $4 instrument, I guess you're referring to something else there, Mr. G. But if you're long this one some down somewhere around here, then very good job. You were getting paid. Didn't really care about these levels. Let's see, what day? Huge day today, right? And it did not care. Can I have my line, please? Thank you. Oh, okay. Well, hello, Jamie. You might want to click on the proper chart. There we go. But it just didn't really care about these levels, did it? And a nice little kind of a bowl, cereal bowl, rounded bottom here on the weekly. And, if we're trying to figure out where it might go, notice how we're perfectly butting up against this little area back here from March 11th. But man, a nice little cereal bowl, rounded bottom there. And of course, it's a biotech. I'm assuming it's something to do with a drug and development or something like that. Hey, Squid, what is time decay? Well, let's see. For example, let's say you're like, I want to stay long in the S&P because I just believe that that's the place to be. Well, you go out there and you could partition your own little basket of all those 500 stocks and hold all the common stocks, or you could just buy the SPY, right? Um, the Big Daddy ETF, which is going to move according to the weightings of that basket of stocks. But if you do hold SPY as opposed to all of the individual stocks, there's what we call time decay, right? Now, let me get the exact definition. Same thing happens in options. You probably heard that. Okay, so the simple answer, if we use the options example, time decay is the rate at which an option's value decreases over time as it approaches its expiration date. It's also known as theta decay or theoretical erosion, right? So, the SPY is technically an ETF. It's a synthetic, I mean, they're all synthetic instruments because they all just live in digital land, right? But the ETFs and options over time, if you conducted an experiment and you had, one account with say one share of each of the S&P 500 components, and then you had the equivalent of what that would be in the ETF. And let's say at the end of the year, you were up X percentage in your basket of stocks, you'd be pretty close on the ETF, but you would be up slightly less. So that's the best way I know how to describe time decay. And, if you go to your favorite search engine, Squid, and just type in time decay, you're going to get a gazillion versions of what I just told you. Um, but there you have it. Fortunately, I have not experienced tooth decay in a very, 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 very long time. Like since I was a small kid. And then you learn you don't want that. Oh, that's your price target, Mr. G, on the VVOS. Well, more power to you. I sure hope it gets there for you. I mean, after all, assuming this chart is accurate, it has been there before. And let's see, 13. Yeah, it'd be at the top of this, little area, which it's trying to bust out into, right? So that's a pretty accurate look. What we really need is another push and a weekly candle to close above this $5 level. That'd be sweet. And then perhaps the new home becomes, 6 down to 5 for a while with a little sideways action. But we definitely would need to get a close above, the 5-ish area on a weekly candle to set that in motion. And you're welcome, Squid. All right, got a few alerts dribbling out here, but nothing to write home about. Check in on something one more time here. Not bad action in GLXG today. micro floater. And when I say micro float, check out this float, 1.75 million shares. It's traded half a million, not a lot, but for that guy it is. Galaxy Payroll Group. Nice little break above 486. Hems and haws around that level here. And then the buyer comes out of the woodwork. Nice little break there. Notice notice how we took a nice little pop above and then came right back down to that entry level. Nice and sideways, toe in the VWAP line, and then boom, once it broke above 513, all the way up to almost $6. Not a bad one to have had an eye on today. Nothing to write home to there either. A little volatility. I'll take that with a grain of salt there, Squid. All right, questions panel remains open, and we still got a good little bit of time here before the top of the hour. Tell you what, let's take a peek at a top list that I haven't looked at in quite some time. Especially on a day like today. Let's see, where can I put this thing? Well, let's put you here for now. Especially since it's a Fed day. All right, cuz looks like it's doing a ton of options volume today. And some decent volume on a relative scale, but only, what, 600,000 shares traded today? Doing way over its normal on options. And the majority of the volume, or I'd say all the volume, is in put contracts today. That's kind of interesting. Big, huge options volume, all put action and zero calls. Now, of course, you can't really say, oh, it's going to go down. People are buying the puts. Well, guess what? Somebody's selling those puts too, right? So just because we see a ton of put volume doesn't necessarily give us an indication as to what cuz might do. We just know that's the instrument that everybody's wanting a piece of. Of course, people would think, well, that's what you buy when you think a stock's going to go down. That is correct. But there's somebody on the other side of that selling that premium, taking the other side of that bet. MGY, same. BBD, Banco of Brazilo. Anybody doing any calls today? Lunar. I always forget what industry this one is. Intuitive machines, AI. Ah, space. Space stuff. Well, that reminds me of space, which isn't doing too well, Mr. Branson. Look at this thing. And I know that it's reverse split, so I'm not sure about these values. But, you know, hey, we're a space company. Yeah, our stock got destroyed, so we reverse split it. And, it hasn't been doing so well since the reverse split either. Of course, very few stocks that pull off a reverse split ever end up doing well. That's why we jokingly refer to the reverse split as the kiss of death, because that's usually what happens to companies that reverse split their stock. The only reason they do it is to meet the exchange requirements for pricing so they can remain traded. But typically, when that happens, it doesn't turn out so good. So, intuitive machines, I hope you do better than this company. Yeah, I'm surprised that Elon has not. SpaceX isn't public, right? Pretty sure it's not. So, Scott, you're saying no change as well? All right, all right. It's a lonely camp, but welcome. I just think it's too good to be true, and you know what they say about that. Plus, it's what the herd mentality is saying. So I'm just saying no change. And then one at the end of the year. That's right, Peppy. That's what I thought. Figured, if it seems like only a matter of time, but yeah, you would have heard about that one if it was going public. But then again, they might never go public. Who knows? With all that's going on over at X, if he did file for an IPO, they probably wouldn't even approve it at this point in time. But that's just pure speculation. Yeah, they've been beating this one pretty good. What do we top out? 80 bucks. Well, hopefully this thing finds a bottom before too long. Weekly in the VWAP right here. I'll check in on the Mimis for now. And AMC is going to look pretty similar. But I'm sure the game will resume as soon as everybody gets forgets about it. Then I'm sure GME will have it'll do that thing that it does, right? Seems like that's a foregone conclusion at this point. Maybe, maybe not. Not a bad little opportunity here in the PRTG. Not bad at all. 1368 ran all the way up to 2287. Wow. What do we notice in all these big movers? High volume, portage. Talk about a micro float. Okay, I was like, okay, what's so special about this one? Why did it move so much? Not even a million shares in the float. Well, let's call that 600,000 shares in the float. And when the volume comes into these micro floaters, this is what you get. Now, this looks pretty, right? But what would we have had to have risked? What would our risk have been if we bought this orange candle as it poked through that level right there? Let's just call that 13. Well, let's just use the high of the candle, 1367, right? Well, not including the entry bar. 1, 2, 3. So risk would have been down here. That's 10. That's, well, let's just round up to 11 bucks. 13. You would have had to risk about 2.5 points on per tog, right? Doesn't look like a big move, but that's a lot of points in between there. So looks great. Everybody wants to be in these, but with these low floaters, typically come large spreads and crazy action. So you just have to pick your spots very carefully. So if you're only risking 100 bucks a trade, could have really been only in, we'll just call it 50. You should have been in slightly less. 50 shares would have kept you in with a risk down here. And let's just round it up to 14. Let's say you captured 7 points out of that. That'd be 350 bucks, right? Risk 100 to make 350. That's a pretty good risk to reward ratio. About exactly 3.5 times. That is correct, PJ. We were looking at that one earlier. I don't think Holly was in that one, was she? No. But it was showing up on a couple of different top lists here. The relative volume leaders right here for the VEWA. And I was talking about this one earlier. Nice intraday opportunity for an entry right about here. A little choppy in the open. We get up here, put the bottom in. Bars are blue. What do we got here? We got VWAP as well, and then we got the bust out right about, we'll just call it 10 bucks, and then a nice pump up to 15 and change. Yes, thank you, VPN. Well, let's let's assess risk here as well. All right, if we bought this level right here, and these are 3-minute candles, we exclude the entry bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So your risk would have been right here, 855. Right there. Entry at 10, risk 855. So once again, doesn't look like a whole lot, but that's $1.50 basically. We might as well just push it on down there. $1.50, right? So if you're risking 150 and you bought 100 shares here at 10 and you had the potential to get out even for 3 or 4 points, great risk to reward. These things are just a little bit vicious with their spreads. And I'm just going to take a wild guess here. I don't have any float data, but I would think that VEA isn't exactly a mega float. Let's see if we can find that float real quick. VEA. Well, the market cap's only 337 million. I can see that. But I'm not seeing the float. course, I'm seeing a different market cap here, so I guess it will be a mystery for now. Some kind of deal with a acquisition corp, SPAC. Remember when SPACs were a new thing, and now they're just over there junking up the market for the pretty much most of the time. They sit there and they don't trade until something happens. But you don't hear near as much about SPACs as you used to. All right, we got about 13 minutes till the top of the hour. I doubt anybody's been sitting on a question, but if you have been, by all means, use that questions panel. Hmm. It's always kind of weird once a stock says, "Hey, we're getting bought out, merger acquisition." The strange thing is they trade for a while and they trade a lot. And you're like, well, I guess it's all just institutional whatever adjustments or jockeying for this and that and the other. But you just kind of have to ask yourself why they trade so much after a buyout's been announced. I don't know. I'm sure there's some institutions that you know are long from these areas down here, and they're just like, okay, let's take the money. But just kind of a strange occurrence. And I'm wondering how many, look how many days this thing's been trading up here, and it's kicking out almost 10 million shares. VEEA, a big pop just now. Does not surprise. Yep, there we go. Run up, pull back all the way, and that's the way these little ones go, man. They'll inflict maximum pain. You're up 5 points here from 10. They pull it all the way back, and then what does it do? It goes and busts out to new all-time highs, right? Crazy action. But if you're long this one, congrats. And is this one a baby? I'm assuming it is. Yep, public SPAC merger. Okay, so they repackaged themselves, did the old reverse whammy IPO, which is what SPACs are for. And now she's a trading. In the fight against COVID-19, VIA stands ready. And I feel so much better now. That is correct, Peter. SpaceX is not public. And then, of course, we have the Starlink company. I forget all the companies that Elon has. Got Tesla, Starlink, SpaceX, the Boring Company, which is a very clever play on its name. He's got several irons in the fire. And I do believe, this is the first week, so VWA, technically, all-time highs is where we're at. And where it stops, nobody knows. So 281 million in the SPAC merger. So I'm not sure if this market cap here is accurate. Ladies and gentlemen, give me one quick second here. I'll be back in a flash. Okay, sorry about that. Just had to refill the old H2O cup there. Wet the whistle a bit. Just got up there and sitting tight on that VWA. It's amazing. Oh, it just printed 16, but it's been as high. Was that high? 1678. Which it sat there for so long. I was like, surely it's not just going to sit there. And now, boom. Okay, popping highs again. Not exactly in small chunks either. 1845. I love watching these things when they're doing this. I'd love even more to be in it, but this thing is just. It's going to be very interesting to see where this one finishes on the day. Is that Barry out here lurking? High volume upward move. You got that right. Yeah, see those vacillations. 1836 up, nope, 1589. So there is some, I'm guessing some big spread and just some crazy action in these. Which is why if you play, you just pick your spot, know your risk, let it rip, and take it off when you think it's appropriate. Thank you very much. I'll be here all day.
Clap, 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 clap. Boy, this has been a halt resume machine today, this VAA. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
and when I
just,
reset my layout for this, I forgot to activate my halts and resumes. So when it was up
okay.
there at the same price, yeah. Hello, Jamie. It was probably halted. Hmm.
Oh, I heard you say that. I think, oh, he must know it's halted, but I guess you didn't.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I think I got this. Does your halt resume have the monkey noise?
Yes, the screech. Yes.
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 So does my. Well, I think I got it from you a long time ago, and you had
Okay. You're right.
the monkie sound.
Can't miss
So
it.
whenever I hear the monkey screaming, yeah,
Yeah.
some
Look at
crazy
me.
stuff
Look
going
at
on.
me. As long as he's not throwing something at you.
Did we get the transitional bar on the SPY? Yeah, because when we started the session, we were down
Yeah.
here, and I'm like, yeah, as long as we stay purple, and then bloom, bloom, bloom.
Yeah. Bloom, bloom, bloom. We had little buy flag on the five
Hmm.
minute chart anyway on the SPY. That would have
Yep.
been about 562. So, yeah, it's going to be so fascinating. I've got down, Jamie says 0 rate increase. I've got that written down. So,
Yeah, right
we'll
there.
have
You
to.
talking about the little trade wave buy right there?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And that's on a
Okay.
5 minute chart,
Yeah.
as
Hmm.
it can be very confusing because it depends on the time frame you're looking at. You're not always
Hmm.
going to get the flag depending on the time frame.
Yep.
So, because people say, well, how come I'm not getting one? What's your time frame? 1 minute. Okay, that's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because not because always you're never going to get one in 1 minute, but just in this particular case, I'm just taking something at random that it depends on the time frame. It really does. Wow. So yeah, this is quite a move in the SPY though. Really,
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite a big move in the SPY. SPY has actually gone mildly positive now. Everything, I mean, mildly positive. Dow's mildly up, Nas is mildly up. So yeah, everybody's waiting.
Hmm.
1 hour and 4 minutes to go.
Till the monster truck rally. Yes.
Hmm. Oh my goodness. Well, my friend, I'll let you go if you want. I'm off next week, so we won't talk next week. So we'll talk in 2 weeks.
I take it you're going on vacation?
Yeah, going back to Montreal for a week. My wife, Cecilia, I'm from there, so she's always said, "Why don't you ever take me to Montreal?" So it's her birthday next. It's her birthday
Excellent.
next week, so I said, "Okay." Sorry, Jamie, I'm just swallowing a seed. That's-
Okay.
Oh, man. That's what seeds can do. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Jamie.
All right, sir. Well, okay, everybody have a good time at the Fed announcement, and, if I don't talk to you before you leave, Barry, have a great trip.
Ooh, okay.
All right, man. Bye.
Okay, Jamie. Okay, guys, I think I'm back. Swallowed a seed and it definitely went down the wrong way. So let me get the screen sharing back again. Okay, so there's that VEEA. Get back into the other room, back in both rooms now. And last thing to do, just get my music going. All right. So I actually took a little trade. Boy, I wish I'd still held on to that Summit short. It would moved almost a dollar down. So I'm actually in a little trade here, and that is the CNX, guys. Okay, the CNX. I saw that on the large cap. I mean, it's not going to be anything incredible, but it's going to give me probably a little bit, pay me a little bit. So I saw this on the large cap gainers, and of course, with the market doing what it was doing, this kind of got me a little interested in taking some of these. Okay, so I'm in the CNX, and again, I don't expect a big move in it, but in fact, I better look at the monthly chart to see where could it be. Ah, not an all-time high, but I have to go back a few months, obviously, to see where the next high is. Wow, I got to go back to when. You know what? Who cares? I'm back in 2015 right now. So it's not technically an all time high, but it may as well be. Okay. And that is the CNX. And my computer is going a little, that's what happens now, a little bit later in the day. I might have to do a reboot of my of trade ideas. So yeah, the VVOS has been the star for sure. Nice, great call by Shady early. I guess I didn't see it, but great call by Shady early. Saw this one in the pre-market. Had the news. Popped around a little bit too much for me in the first 15, so I kind of lost sight of it. Probably should have been watching it. Well, actually, right here at 12:09. That's why I didn't see it. My that was my during my break. That's when it had to pop. Yeah, because until then it had moved nicely, but not like this. So that's when it really started to move. Right when I was on my break, you miserable. Yeah, so I saw that they were speaking of some conference. You mentioned William T. Mus. T-Mobile, and also and that was bringing down the rest of them. Let's take a look at communications, XLC. Yeah, so XLC has been pretty choppy, just down a little bit for the day. But look at the market, guys. I mean, the SPY's up a little, Dow's up a little, NASDAQ's up a little. Everybody is just in, all the big guys anyway, big stocks, just probably in big rest mode. Ooh, I know this one was, yeah, this one came on the scanner at around 19, just around 19. This one actually had a nice move, EWTX. The scanner, I call it the race. I should call it the race, okay? Not really a scanner technically, but I saw that. But I was on my break. Boy, this XCH, I mean, this is now an all-time high, right? Not quite. There's the well, there it is. I'm looking at this level up here, 1740.54. You know what, guys? I mean, if this takes this out later on, this is an IPO from last week, I guess. Yeah, last week, IPO from last week out of Germany. Really? Not, yeah, that's right. An IPO out of Germany. Not too many of those that were, not too many of those. Yeah, not too many of those that trade on the US exchange out of Germany as an IPO. Not too many German stocks in general. But you can see that if it can take out that high later on, I mean, the trend is up. XCH. You know, here's another one that I saw. It was Foot Locker. Foot Locker was another one that I saw. That was on the 28 break. When I say saw, I'm talking about in this race, okay? But I was on my break. I didn't want to do anything. I don't think it won a race, but Foot Locker was doing this sort of action over 28. Man, before it pulled back, 28.45. Not bad. I mean, not bad. Now, what is it pulling back to? The VWAP is 27.97, so it's still a little bit above the VWAP. Yeah, so I would think that bounce plays are working pretty well now, guys, for the last hour or so. You know, the market started to move at noon, really, right at noon. Right at noon, that's when the market started to move. So I would say probably if you're trying to play any sort of bounce for the last hour, you know, you probably would have done okay. Well, this is boring, but I'm just hoping that maybe it puts on, I don't know, 10 or 15 cents for me, but it may not. I'm in at 20, so right in this area here, 29.20 on the CNX. I see OMX finally. Last time I looked, it was around $1.90, so $1.92. So it is starting to drop now. OMX. I saw you guys doing some calculation about what it's worth. I didn't even see that. I don't think I ever saw. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah, this was yesterday. I guess I did see this one. Mexico to pay. I'm not even no, I'm not sure I saw this yesterday, but paying $37 million for breaching obligations under NAFTA. Updated guidance on converting broadband customers to wireless. Okay. Okay, another cheap one, guys. BCDA. I'm not sure I saw this one today, but BCDA. Now, where could it go? Well, you can see right off the bat, the stock is at 310. So if you look left, next high is 317, and then the next high is 326. So, I mean, if it could get through that, I mean, look at the high over here is 4. So, but I can't take this right now because I fear that it could stop at 317 or at 326. So, best thing to do for me anyway is just put a price alert around 327. See if it takes this out either today or maybe tomorrow or sometime, and then it can have a shot at maybe filling in that void. Is ISPC something still worth considering? That's from Bjorn in our YouTube room. Let's see, last time I looked at it was not worth considering. So let's take a look at it. Well, I mean, it's having a little pop here. The whole thing. Okay, well, that's far enough away. The 200-day moving average is far enough away. It's at 716, so it's over $1 away. So it is. It is. But again, we're at 599 right now. It's that low float. Anything can happen with that float, of course, Bjorn. I mean, anything can happen. If all of a sudden, but the volume has just tailed off completely. So you need some volume. Need some volume coming back in. If you see a big volume spike, if you get, I don't know how you're seeing ISPC, what alert is giving you that, but I wouldn't take it unless the volume comes back. And right now, the volume is, you can see how it's tailed off since, well, I'll even call that one 1221. The volume has just tailed off. Look at the 15-minute chart. You can hardly see the volume bars. So there's no excitement right now. That doesn't mean, in the next minute, all of a sudden you get some volume and it just pops up. Aha, top list. What's happening to this relative strength leaders? Here we go. Oh man, William, I know you told me you got out of this one, right? WSC. Too bad. I mean, that's a great bounce off that 38. I mean, look how that worked. I mean, right almost to the penny, almost to the penny. That's where it stalled at the next low. You're wondering why I sound like I'm nagging, but just look left all the time. Doesn't mean this is going to happen all the time, of course, but when you look left and you're trying to maybe for short something, and you look left and you see there's a low that's pretty close that could act as support. In this particular case, it was like literally not quite to the penny, but well, almost to the penny. 3808 was the low looking left, and it got down to 3809 today. And that's when it bounced. Pretty amazing. And it just kept going. I saw that ADMA. It did move a little higher, but man, in fact, what did it get up to? 1951. I'm gonna watch this one tomorrow. See if this has any. It's an all-time high as we speak. So yeah, this is coming kind of out of nowhere. Also, again, in the momentum scan, there it is, SGLY in the upside movers right here, and in the biggest gainers from the open, from the start of the race, and this race right there. A lot of areas for SGLY to have been spotted, and the next high looking left. Well, it's got room. I mean, 288, I think, is the next high. 280 is the next high. Looking left for SGLY. It's already pulled back a bit. Well, CNX, you are putting me to sleep. I'm up a penny. Ooh, okay, now there it is. There's the high now, taking out the all-time high. Well, that's only 2 days, guys, or 2 weeks it's been trading, less than 2 weeks that it's been trading. Let's see if it takes out 18 again. It's on the move here, guys. Just needs that bid to catch up to the ask for it to really get going. 1764.18 right now. Okay, so this is what they do. They design, manufacture, and sell electric vehicle chargers. Okay. Could be one of those late dayers. It could be XCH. Look at that spread. Wow. All right, guys. Wow, we're getting closer and closer. 40 minutes, a little over 40 minutes, 43 minutes to 2 o'clock, when we'll start to see what the Fed has decided to do. Well, I got to hand it to Shot. It has not given it up. I mean, there's another pop for Shot here on the daily, and this has been just straight up today. So the PR machine has been at work. They're doing. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't just. Maybe it only didn't work on you, Pepe. Ever think about that? It was a very small sample size. Zura. So let's take a look at ZURA. ZURA, the next high looking left is four. Well, it's above that now. 423. There is that. If it can get through 423, 453 for ZUR, Zura, ZURA. Yeah, so I'm going to head out early today, guys. I'm going to shut down at 1:55. Okay. No, remind me not to embark on my stand-up comedian career. I was trying to be funny. No, I obviously I'm not going to go at 5 to 2. Octo. I don't think I've ever seen Octo before. 8 holdings. Yeah, look at this. I mean, I guess I'm not seeing it now because only 81,000 in the float. That's 3.4 times normal. So that tells you that this does not trade very much. And it's a low float. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Yeah, well, we have 1.56 million, so we're in the ballpark for the float. Did it maybe change or something, draw? Because I don't even see it under a dollar ever. I see it trading as Octo back here. There may be a symbol name change or something like that. This is back in April of last year, and I don't see it even under a dollar. So maybe it was trading as something else. I think I'm going to get out of the CNX basically flat. It is the type of stock that that could get affected by whatever happens in the market at 2 o'clock. So it's not doing anything for me. So maybe the ticker was acquired by another company. Yeah. Usually, though, we'll see that on the chart. Where it was trading before. All right, guys. Well, the XCH is maybe trying to come back. I'm going to see if it takes out that 18 again and maybe moves later on. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. Okay, guys, listen, I'll come back at about 5 to 2. I got some things I want to do. So I'll come back at about 11:55 before the announcement. Really, I'm not going to do anything in the market until then. And well, not going to do anything between now and then anyway. So Okay, guys, I'm back. So we got another 5 minutes before the announcement at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So I've got my SPY 1 minute chart up. See what happens. We've got some selling just ahead of it. Keeping an eye on that, believe it or not, that XCH. I want to see if it gets say back to the 17s. Is bad spread so far, but yeah, you're right, Bjorn. It may pop again. You're absolutely right. This could be one of those that late day. It got up to what 1851, and it still hasn't completely and utterly given it up. Okay, I mean it's still looking. This is the type. I mean, I wish it were a little cheaper, but this is the type of stock that it looks like it's resting in this area, and who knows? You get some volume in, and it could pop it. Kind of like the XCH, kind of. Give me a moment, guys. All right, 158 and a half. So a minute and a half. Little action. Not so now Jamie, who I think is going to be completely wrong, but he might be right. He's betting on no change. All right, guys, another 40 seconds. Well, we won't have long to wait now, guys. We've got another 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 1. All right. So again, your initial reaction or the initial reaction in a SPY is absolutely not necessarily the final one. So yes, we've had a pop. So what was it? What was it? I don't have the announcement in front of me. So what was it? 25? 50. It was 50. Wow. Okay. It was 50. Oh, my wife. Just give me a moment. Bad time to call. All right, I'm back. Okay, so there's your so again, there's your reaction. Now remember, everybody said if they do it by 50, the market's going to crash. Now I'm not saying this is the final reaction at all, okay? But remember what they all said. So I'm not saying this is going to be the final reaction, and we also have 2:30 to contend with, okay? Because the minutes, or not the minutes, but the presser will be at 2:30. So, I'm actually a little surprised. Normally, there's more of a volatile reaction. Usually you get one big bar up, one big bar down, maybe one big bar up, et cetera, et cetera. But we had the bar up, and so far it's holding so far. And what time are we now? 2:03. So yeah, interesting. However, we might be getting a bigger bar right now. All right, guys. Well, I guess that's it. I mean, that's sort of the reaction right now. And now we just got to wait now for the presser at 2:30. I mean, it may start to drift down, but so your question, Bjorn, a PRTG AI alert. When you say not sure why, what do you mean by that exactly? It obviously hit an algorithm that. the long play. 1081 was the alert. Don't usually get an alert later on in the day like this, but it happens every now and then. I don't know what the filters are in that one, but it obviously hit a filter, or it hit met all the filter requirements, and we got the alert. Okay, OMEX just got halted on the way up, guys. Yeah, it's just an algorithm, right, Bjorn? I mean, it's one of the strategies that made the cut today, and for whatever reason, all of the filter values were met, and whatever the actual alert was, we got the alert. You have to take the trade, of course, but it's excuse me, it's obviously looking at a bounce play. I mean, yeah, it's because this was at the low of the day, so it obviously had some kind of a bounce play in mind. It may not happen, but ooh, CNX. Well, probably with the market, CNX did move. I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, I guess the Zillows and home builders. Yeah, look at XLRE, guys. There's your home builder ETF, real estate ETF, I should say. And look at that. Look at that pop. Well, the majority of people thought that it was going to be 50. Again, if you're in the YouTube room yesterday, I know it dropped a little bit, but in the YouTube room yesterday, Michael showed a graph, and something like 66% thought it was going to be a 50, 33%, basically 2 to 1. 33 thought it would be 25. And on the day before, something like that, it's something like 90% correct. So they were right. Now, I had dropped, as Pepe pointed out this morning, it did drop to 55, but still, overwhelmingly, the conjecture was going to be 50 point drop. So anyway, that's behind us for a while. We have another 20 minutes until the presser. Well, Rich, not according to that graph. Again, that graph yesterday that Michael showed was something like 66% at 50 and 33 at 25. And having that much of a difference a day before, he said that meant, I mean, he's not making, he's not doing this on his own. I mean, it's not his opinion. He said historically, that would have been 90% correct that it would have been a 50. Anyway, it's over now until 2:30 when he starts to talk, and yeah, who knows what he's going to say. Well, let's see if you're right, Michael. William, you said you thought maybe the market would pop on the news, and then when Powell starts talking, it'll drop. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, of course, there are only 2 choices, but quite a bit of difference, though, between 50 basis and 25. I see what you mean now, sure. All right, OMEX just resumed. Okay, William, well, we'll see. Look at the pop on Summit now. I'm not saying that's because of the market, but, look at that pop on Summit. This is the one I had shorted earlier, and, now it has come back. And the ADMA that I loved earlier. Look at it pop. Even it popped because of the, announcement. EDMA even popped because because of the, market. And I did not think this would follow the market that closely, but look at that, it certainly did. So I'll hang around for maybe 5 minutes after the 2:30. So William, you said 3:30 today, right? Okay, so for those of you in YouTube, William will keep the main room open until about 3:30 today, okay? So I'll be taking off around 2:30. I mean, I'll hang around a little bit to see what there's any action in the SPY, but it's not doesn't really affect me. So I may just pack it in. Yeah. Now look at the SPY. You're right. Now look at the SPY. Well, let's see if VEEA. Well, guys, I mean, look, this looks like it could take out that high right there, that 1868. Now, again, I'm not telling anybody to buy it, okay? But it's got that look to it. The volume, I mean, it's a lot, but it's not incredible, okay, for the VEEA. I mean, it's 4.5 million, 49 times. Well, it's hard to, I mean, 49 times normal, but it's only had 2 days of history, really, unless they're counting when it was a SPAC also, which it could be. Okay, guys. Well, okay, 216. So just go over my homepage one last time, just show you how you can take out a subscription and take a look at the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Now that we'll probably have a more traditional day tomorrow. Okay, so you click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. First of all, the way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off. 1 5 up the first month only or the entire year. And please use my code. That'll really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. It's really that simple. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do to get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows, two key ingredients of trade ideas. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you, a free series of videos, about 38 of them. Stock of the day video that I do, it's free, of course, and the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you don't think you're getting it or you don't feel you're getting it after signing up, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. And education sections here. And then here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Some of them you can see. You can see this one, the biggest scan is from the start of the race. Moment, move this up just a little bit. There we go. Biggest gators from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumes, which is in very active today. Pulse resumes is right there. The upside movers versus downside movers here. And then the relative strength leaders is right here. I have a couple other scans on my other monitor that I am sharing. There's the momentum scan is here. And then the race, the two more races. Well, this is the race I've been concentrating on. The large cap gainers right there. Okay, large cap gainers is right here. So you can have a look at these scans. I don't have them all. I just showed you the ones I actually have up and running. Doesn't mean the ones that I don't have up and running are bad. It just means I don't really want them right now. Probably when we get back into earnings season, I'll probably take a look at the gap continuation or reversal scan. But there you have it. Want my scans? There they are. I mean, look at the spy. Now look at the spy. Well, okay. Well, then how do you then what's happening now, FinFed forever? Now people say, okay, it's not good. Oh, maybe it is good. Come on. I mean, oh, okay. I missed out. You see, you didn't capitalize it. Interesting. Here's my large cap losers from the start of the race. These are the only ones that are making the cut even. And that this list was full. So since the market did what it did, there's not very many large cap losers now. Yeah, you're talking about gold. There's GFI. MAG, isn't that a silver play? MAG, MAG. Yeah, Silver Eldorado, EGO, BTG, excuse me, PAS, PAAS. Yeah, a lot of gold and silver plays coming here. Interesting. GDXD. Oh, this is the inverse. Of course, this is the inverse. So if you wanted a short gold, you would buy this, but of course, that would have been the wrong thing to do. All right. How is that VEEA doing? It's hanging tough, guys. I mean, this is really hanging tough. And I'm not saying it's going to take out that high, but it just has that look. You're always going to have to deal with a spread, with the spread, I should say. See what it is right now. Right now, it's perfect. Like, is it halted? Oh, I thought it might have been halted. With that spread, it almost looked like it was halted. But there's your spread, 55.78. All right, guys, keep an eye on the XCH. Let me take a look at XCH again. I mean, this could be one of the ones that has a late day run. I mean, this got up to 18, kind of basing here a little bit. Takes out 17. Well, okay, I guess we can dust off VEEA, guys. It just got halted on the way down, so I guess it's not going to. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to take out that high. So I'm going to concentrate more on the XCH and see if it has the late day run. That was it now. 6 minutes. Now, I mean, the market can move based on what he says, but it's a lot of it, of course, is fielding questions from the reporters and seeing how he answers them. So I'm assuming that's a rhetorical question, right, Bjorn? I don't know. Can Omex break two? All right, guys. Well, 3 minutes. Well, let's see where this one could open. So it says 1551, 1530, 1582 is the halt for VEEA. So projected open in that level. So underneath for sure. Appears to be anyway. Let's see. I think it's September, right, Captain? Yeah, the worst performing month. Yes, I get it. Historically. So far, that's not the case, of course, but we still have a couple of weeks left. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do, I'll hang around for a bit, but I'm just going to put myself on mute. There's nothing more I can add to this. We'll see what happens with the spy. This is a 1 minute chart, so we'll see what happens with the spy. So I'll put myself on mute, hang around for maybe 10 minutes or so, but that's about it. Yeah, so what William is saying, so this is utility stocks, which are typically dividend bearing, starting to drop. Why? Well, when the market is good, people say, well, why do I buy these boring things? When the market is quote unquote bad, that's when you start to see this lift. But the market, I mean, I have to say, dividend stocks or the XLU has been great. Okay, guys, back on mute. See what sort of reaction we get now. All right, guys, I'm not seeing too well. I see a little bit of a pop here. He might be talking. He's, as William said, he's talking, but it's also the reporters asking him questions. So, guys, for those of you in YouTube, because I'll be shutting down you guys really soon. For those of you in YouTube, you click on my homepage link, and you want to go into the other room. This is how you do it. Just click on click on my homepage link. Those of you in YouTube, and when you click on it, you'll see there's an option that says Trading Room. Just click on that, and that'll take you into the main room. Okay. Okay, guys, I think I'll take off. Yeah, I mean, looks like we're pretty well set in direction now. So thanks for all the help today. That was an exciting day. So I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll be back on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down.